Hello, good afternoon. Thanks for joining me. Today we're doing a live watch along of this second semi final in the T20 World Cup between England and India. And it promises to be a top game, this, between probably two of the best uh, short form teams, can I put it as. England being the holders of this T20 Cup, and only just recently were also the holders of the 50 over version of this game. So England have got form, but so have India. India are a top side. They're unbeaten throughout this competition so far. England have lost two games, but seem to be coming into form just at the right time. And I've always said in these tournaments before, it's not how you start, it's how you finish when you get to the knockout stages. England had a convincing win over the USA just a few days ago. Lost a narrow game to South Africa. Had a good win against the West Indies. So there's a bit of form there. So I'm hoping it's going to be a close game. But unfortunately, it is the rainy season in the West Indies. And it is raining, or it has been raining. I'm just looking at the TV pictures now. And it's not raining at the moment, but the covers are still on the pitch. Having looked at the covers, there's a lot of water on them. But the ground staff are at this moment working to drag those covers off. You can see the water coming off the covers as they're dragging those covers off. So those areas will have to be dried. They haven't uncovered the pitch at the moment. They're just taking the peripheral covers off. And they're obviously thinking that there's no more rain on the way. They're obviously seen the forecast. It's still quite warm and muggy there. But this is in Guyana. And it goes back to what I've said weeks ago when this tournament first started. Why are we having a major cricket tournament, a World Cup cricket tournament, in the West Indies in the rainy season? And we all know why it is. It's because India now are the powerhouse of cricket, and the IPL goes before everything. And so we couldn't have it before the IPL, so we had to have it afterwards. No matter how the weather in the West Indies affects the games, and it has affected the games. There's been a few of them rained off. You had games in America and in Florida. And would you believe in Florida, they didn't get a game played because it poured down, tropical storms. So that's the way it is at the moment. There's been no toss, obviously. There's been no teams announced, and that won't be done until they get the covers off and we get a starting time. There is 4 hours extra to be able to get a full game in. If overs have to be reduced, the game can go to a 10 over each game, but anything less than that begins to make it a bit of a lottery. So 10 over is the minimum we can play in this semi-final. Just looking at the commentators now as they're on the field there, and there's rain again. And it could be like this all day, which is going to be a big disappointment. It's a big disappointment for me. It's a big disappointment for the teams because they're both out there and ready and want to go. They want to go at each other. And they've got to sit around and wait now. Having seen the game last night or yesterday between South Africa and Afghanistan, played on an awful pitch that really wasn't fit for the tournament. Wouldn't have been fit for any sort of first-class cricket, which eventually South Africa won by 9 wickets. So good luck to them. They're in the final, waiting for the winners of this. I mean, if it rains all day and they don't get a tank, there must be a reserve day tomorrow because they've got to get this played somehow. They can't do it by a toss of a coin or a ball off. There's got to be a proper game. So it's typical, isn't it, that you see the ground staff start taking the covers off, and then within 2 minutes of taking them off, they're putting them all back on again. Unbelievable. So we're not going to get any cricket at the moment. So it's down to us at the moment. We can really discuss anything to do with this game or the tournament in general or the semi-final yesterday. We can talk about anything because there's no cricket to be had at the moment. Don't seem to be raining too hard at the moment, which is a bit of a blessing. It's just a bit of a light drizzle. Certainly the commentators don't seem too bothered about it at the moment. So with a bit of luck, it's just something that's going to be passing. Just looking at the players, the England players are outside having a bit of a kick around. Jofra Archer, how he can run around with those gold chains dangling around his neck, I do not know. They are huge. But there you go. But the ground staff are they've put the covers back on, but they're not walking off and thinking this is set in for ages. So I think they're hoping that it's going to stop soon and they can whip those covers back off again. And let's hope that they can. Because we need a full game. We want a full game. It's a semi-final of a World Cup. We want a 20 and over side and may the best team win. Not a slogfest at the end, which is going to spoil everything. So let's keep our fingers crossed. I think the TV are just evaluating the two teams, and I think probably in the batting, India just probably have the edge. With the bowling, I know they have Bumrah, but we have top bowlers and we have top spinners as well. It's more even there. Maybe England just have the edge there. So it's going to be a pretty close game. And it all boils down to the pitch. I think looking at the report that they did on the TV regarding the pitch, they reckon that an average score is around about 160 on there. That could take a lot of chasing, especially if it's on, off, and the outfield's getting wet or maybe the pitch is sweated under the covers. The toss could be vital. But we shall see. There's no toss at the moment. That's the way it is at the moment. So thumbs up if you're hearing me okay, which you should be. So thumbs up if you're hearing me okay, which you should be. Yeah, that's fine. No problem. No problems whatsoever. I think in the spin department with Adil Rashid, he's a number one bowler, so he's our ace there. They've got good spinners of India, but not quite in Adil Rashid's class. As far as fast bowlers go, I mean, there's no one to touch Bumrah at the moment. I mean, he's just class. We have Jofra Archer, not in the same league as Bumrah, but a handful at the best of times. I don't know whether Mark Wood will be playing or Chris Jordan. Topley, although he hasn't got wickets, is being very economic. Moeen Ali is a useful spinner. their backup pace bowling is probably not as good as ours. That's why I would give our bowling just a slight edge. And I think that their batting is just a bit more experienced than ours. They've got a lower down batters where after we get Livingston out and you get Adil Rashid and them, the bowlers coming in, we've got a bit of a longer tail. But it's so close, and it can go either way. I can make an argument for either team. England have got the experience; they've been here before. India have got to this stage many times and then blown it in the semi-final. So that might be something to consider as well. Just don't know. I think it's going to be very tight. Certainly a lot tighter than the first semi-final. Where South Africa are waiting, and again, another team that's unbeaten in this tournament so far. Now the guys have got their umbrellas out now, so obviously it's raining a bit heavier now, and it's disappointing as this. I can't believe how many these matches I've tried to do a live watch along, and I've been rain interrupted for one reason or another. A couple of games I've just given up on. Can't give up on this semi-final, but I don't want to be sat here for 4 hours waiting for things to clear. Michael Atherton was saying that Guyana, where this semi-final is a match for Manchester at any time. So obviously it's a rainy place, and so it's proven as that rain seems to be getting heavier and heavier. Should have had the final here. Now that the weather's got better in the UK, it's beautiful. The thing about the West Indies, they don't have the infrastructure. The grounds are not good. The pitches are not that good, not as compared to what they used to be. There's just no enthusiasm for teams, for fans to come and watch these teams. I mean, a lot of these matches have been pretty sparsely occupied when it comes to attendances. And it's the same again today. I know it's raining there at the moment, but there's not many people there. It's a semi-final. It's India and England. And there's hardly anybody there in the ground. But it's been the same with all the other. I think it's been a failure as this World Cup with regards to where it's been, because the West Indian public have not bought into it, and they've not attended. There've probably been a lot of the games what's involved the West Indies, but the other games, no one's been really interested in. And if it had been Australia, the UK, India, you'd have seen a lot better attendances at the games, which would have made more money, which would have been better TV as well. But it's just not happened. And I think that the authorities will take a long look at this, and it'll be a long time before it goes back to West Indies again, especially at this time of year. The commentators have stood there with their umbrellas up, but it may have stopped raining again. Please stop raining. As far as the batting's concerned, well, the two captains, the Indian captain and the England captain, have both scored good runs in the quarterfinals. or quarterfinals, I'll call it. It's the last of the Super 8s. Virat Kohli, he's not got many runs this time, has he? He's not batting at his best. Rishabh Pant, he's got a few runs. Phil Salt's looking good. He's a bit hit and miss. Bairstow the same. He can either get allowed or bat like an idiot and get out for next to none. So it's very tight, this. It's very tight, could go either way. But it does look like it stops raining. We're going around with the Super Sopper to take the water off the covers. How quick they can do that, it's a different matter. Looks like it might be still spitting a little bit, but I don't think it's too much. It's nearly stopped. And the ground staff are certainly doing their bit, so let's hopefully get a game on as quick as possible. So no news at the moment. But if anybody wants to put something in the comments to get us discussing anything to do with this, cricket, football, anything, we've got time to discuss anything at the moment. So please do. And hit a like if you can as well. Just help my channel grow a bit. Subscribe if you want to subscribe, but certainly hit the notification bell, because my next watch along will be Sunday. England against Slovenia. Was it Slovakia? Slovakia, isn't it? Whichever one it is. It's the round of 16 game at 5 o'clock on Sunday. Anyway. So I will be doing that. Obviously, the final of this competition is on Saturday, which is a strange day to have a final, and I can't understand why they've done that as well. Usually the final is always on a Sunday, and they decided to do it on a Saturday. There hasn't been much thought put into this. And it's disappointing for me because of working commitments. I can't do a live stream of the final, especially if England get into it. Unless I throw a sickie, but hopefully the boss isn't listening to this and he won't know. Premier League stats and facts, says Bloody Rain, and I couldn't agree more. I'm just keeping my fingers crossed that it's going to be just a brief delay, because I have sat here in previous games and sat for hours waiting. Sat for hours waiting and nothing happened. It's an excuse for a drink of a beer, though, isn't it? Especially in this warm weather. Beer with a big ice cube in it, you can't beat it in this weather. England are showing highlights, well, the TV is showing highlights of previous England games. So they're not expecting any play in the near future. I don't know which tournament it was. It's from a few years ago, because Kevin Peterson's in it, and Luke Wright and Ravi Bopara, so It's a game in England. Just trying to see which ground it is. I suspect it might be Lords, but just can't see at the moment. What I've seen is the ball flying off the bat. Oh, it is Lords. I've just seen the media centre at the back there. Well, if you have just joined us, no cricket because of rain. I was hoping that we'd seen the last of the rain, but they've gone to Guyana, which is mainland rather than the West Indian islands, and it's renowned for the rain. Why they've gone there, I don't know. They haven't thought much about this, have they, at all? I guess we'll have to wait until they've shown these highlights before we get an update of what's going on. If you have just joined us, thanks for joining us. It was supposed to be a live watch along of the. It should have started 5 minutes ago. This T20 semi-final between England and India, but it's raining. The covers were on as the coverage started. It looked like it had stopped raining. The ground staff started taking the covers off. As soon as they got the covers to the edge of the boundary, it started raining and they just dragged them straight back on again. And before the TV coverage left to show these highlights, it looked like it had slowed down. And the ground staff were clearing the rain or the water, standing water off the covers, which is a good sign. But since then, nothing. We don't know what's going on. So it's raining, it's stopped. Hopefully, when they've shown these highlights, they'll go back to the ground and we'll see the covers are off and the players will be on the ground warming up and be all ready to go. Hopefully. Maybe I'm being too optimistic, but I don't want to be sat here for hours waiting for a game to start that's going to end up as a 10-over slog, because that's not how we should decide a semi-final for either team. And even though I'm rooting for England, I want it a fair game. I want a 20-20 side. At the moment, we're not going to get that. I suppose it'll be a couple of hours of delay before they start chopping overs, but they can only chop it down to 10 overs at each team, whereas in the group stages they could chop it down to 5 overs per team, and that would still be a game, but it's 10 overs for the semi-finals. But if that's the case, I'd rather see the full day rained off and they come back tomorrow, hopefully for a reserve day, and get a full game in. And this was promising to be a good game as well between England and India. They always are. Two teams that are evenly matched. Probably India starting just a bit favourites because they've done so well in the group stages. They haven't lost a game. England have lost 2. Premier League Stats and Facts says it's so disappointing, and it is. Very disappointing. Mainly because you don't expect this in the West Indies. I know they have a rainy season, but you won't expect a major tournament to be started in the West Indies in the rainy season. And it's all to do with the IPL. That takes precedence of everything now, over test matches, one-day games, tournaments, everything. And I don't know about you guys, but the IPL is just something I can't get into. I don't know why. I just can't get into it. And I've watched a few games. I don't know. Maybe it's because it's not tournament. It's not international cricket. I just can't get into it. I can't watch it. If you have just joined us, thanks for joining us. It's supposed to be a watch along of this World Cup semi-final between England and India, but unfortunately, rain stopped play. So they're finished with the highlights. They've gone to a break, and then hopefully after a bit, after the break, we'll get an update of what's going on. Hopefully, the covers will be off, the sun will be shining, players will be out practicing on the outfield, and we'll get a toss, and we'll get an exchange of teams. We'll get to know what the lineups are. I won't imagine that India are going to change anything. And the only thing that England might change is Jordan for Wood for a bit of extra pace. But I'm taking into mind that Jordan took a hat-trick in the last game. I would think England are going to play the same team as well. Chris Jordan's capable of bowling at 90 miles an hour anyway. And he's good at the death. He's a good death bowler, is Chris Jordan. So if I was picking my team, I think I would have him in the team. He probably can bat a little bit better than Mark would, and he certainly is the best fielder in he's on the par with Jadeja, and that's saying something. Chris Jordan just doesn't drop catches. He takes catches from everywhere. He's got a fantastic pair of hands. So I would have him in the team for that as well. Cheers. Excuse me, I'll just put my glass away. Right, so here we go. Get our next update. Well, the players are out on the pitch. They're playing a bit of football at the moment. Or was that just... I don't know what that was. I don't know what the hell that was. They were showing what I assumed was live pictures from the ground of the England players knocking a football around. And then it's just disappeared. And they've gone to more stock footage of Nasser Hussain explaining where he came from. I can't understand that. You think they'd give us an update of what's happening? We're all sat here bloody waiting. I mean, we've seen this about Nasser Hussain and his life and what have you in previous weeks where the games were delayed for rain. We don't need to see these repeats. We want to see what's going on the ground. Or am I being impatient? Maybe so. Hey, Simply Joy, thanks for joining us. And guess what? It's raining. I can't believe it. Game should have started 20 minutes ago. It's raining. So disappointing. Thanks, Simply Joy. Don't forget to hit that like. Come on, England. Yeah, that's the one. If they ever get started, though, that's the problem. That's what happens when you have a major tournament like this in the rainy season. I'm waiting for an update, but at the moment the TV is just showing highlights of other things. How's your day, Simply Joy? How are you? All right? Oh, that's good. That's good. I don't know when the game's going to start. 10 to 4 now. Yeah, 10 to 4. Hope you finish early today. Are you going to shops? Dog's laid on the settee asleep. I took him out about 2 o'clock, something like that, but it was far too hot for him. And he's not bothered about going out since. He's just laid down and sleeping. I had taken him out in this. It's too hot. I get him on camera to show you, but he's asleep. I don't want to disturb him. So at the moment, I've got 2 people watching, you and me on my phone. I can't sit here for hours waiting for this game to start. I'm hoping for an update from the TV to say when they're expecting the game to start. If they say it's going to be an hour, 2 hours before the game starts, I'm not sitting here doing this at the moment, especially with nobody watching, except for us 2. Yeah, if they say it's going to start in 2 hours, I'll sign off and then come back in 2 hours. Got some ensaymada for you here. I've already eaten one of them already. While it's warm, it's too lammy. I can't eat any more of those ensaymada though, because I'm getting too fat. I need to lose some weight. I've got this Cortina t-shirt on, look. What do you think? Cortina. Did you see that link that I sent you on Facebook? It can't be good news, can it? Because the cricket haven't given us an update in the past half an hour about what's going on, which I'm surprised about. If there's a delay, they should have told us. Probably go back to the ground and it'll be pouring down with rain. Yeah, just relax a little bit because it's work tomorrow, work Saturday. What noise? Is it the TV? Is it still a bit loud? Maybe it's because the windows are open and you can hear the traffic going past. I think that's probably what it is. It's the traffic going past. Has it gone now or is it still there? Yeah, the ensaymada is done. Hope you like it. Yeah, I think what it is because I've got the windows open to keep the dog cool, you can hear the traffic going past outside. That's what it is. Probably wouldn't hear it if I close the windows, but I don't want the dog to get too hot. Hey, boy. Yeah, I think it's the traffic outside. Nothing I can do about that. Probably when the game gets started and get explaining what's going on and doing the commentating, that noise won't be so often. Top, top, top. I wonder what that is. It's not anything to do with my phone being close to the microphone. I'll move it across to this side. And it's quiet now. There's no traffic, is it? Has it stopped? Yeah, it must have been the traffic noise outside. Probably busy because the kids are leaving school. Should quieten down a bit now. Did you see that link I sent you on Facebook? Well, I sent it on in WhatsApp. It's a link for Facebook. Did you see it? The mic. You think it's the mic? I wonder if there's a setting on the mic that I can cut out background noise, something like that. Let me try. Yeah, the background noise is off. Just try that. Does that sound any better? Let me know if that sounds any better. Like the t-shirt, my wife bought it for me. I'm just looking at the ground, back at the stadium. There's plenty of people on the pitch, but the covers are gone. That's good news. Maybe we're going to get a start. The teams are warming up, so it's looking no more noise now. Oh, maybe that's what it was then. Yeah, I've just altered one of the settings on the background. What was it? Let me just see again. Echo cancellation. I switched that off, and it seems to have got better. You say? Oh well, that's something to remember then. It was maybe an echo that you was hearing. What do you think of the t-shirt? You can't see it all properly, can you? Can you see the car? I used to have a Cortina. I had a few Cortina. The mic is a bit low volume now. Let me turn it up a bit then. How's that sound? I've just turned the mic gain up a bit, so it should sound a bit louder now. Keep close to the mic, pal. Okay. How's that? Keep close to the mic, pal. Make me laugh. Is that better? That's better. That's good. So I'll leave the settings like that. You tell me if there's anything wrong with background noise or anything. Closer to the mic, pal. Make me laugh. It looks like we might be going to get a start soon, which is good news. We're only 35 minutes late so far, so we shouldn't have lost any overs. Nothing now. Oh, that's good. Just waiting for the TV to come back on to say if we're going to get a start or not. Because they show you a picture of the ground and everybody's ready to go and what have you, and then they go on to advertisements and don't tell you what's happening. Like Just Joe. Well, Just Joe's a bit more experienced than me. Okay, thanks, Simply Joy. See you later, huh? So once again, they show you a sneak preview of what's happening at the ground, don't tell you anything, and then cut to more footage about Michael Holding, which we've seen before. And they haven't told us when they were going to get a start, what the pitch conditions like. Everybody was out. There was no covers on the ground. The players were out practicing and warming up on the outfield. And the TV have told us nothing. It's so disappointing. And now we have to watch Michael Holding again, which we've seen many times before during these rain delays. It's frustrating. Now I know how people at airports feel when no one tells them about what's going on. Not that I don't mind seeing Michael Holding looking back on his past career, because he was one of the greatest fast bowlers I've ever seen. And his inspiration was Pele. Well, Pele was everybody's inspiration. Anybody who was a footballer, Pele, Muhammad Ali, they were next inspiration to everybody. And Michael Holding was an inspiration when it came to bowlers. I wanted to be a fast bowler because of watching people like him and Andy Roberts and Joel Garner and people like that when I was young and wanted to play cricket. I wanted to be a fast bowler just because watching fast bowlers at my age, at that time, was a thing of awe. I wanted to terrorise batsmen like what they did. Never managed it, but I always wanted to. If you have just joined us, thanks for joining us. Just to let you know that there's a delay to the start of play due to rain in the area of Guyana, where this second semi-final has been played from. I haven't seen for about the last 40 minutes what's actually happening at the ground, so I don't know whether it's still raining or not. the TV haven't told us a thing. They just keep putting footage on of it's stock film that they put on just to fill time. They haven't told us anything. So we're just guessing, really. Are we going to get a start soon? Is it pouring down with rain and we're not going to get a start? I just don't really know. I can't tell you because I don't know myself. And it's poor by the TV coverage to not keep us updated on what's happening. Because all these things that they're putting on at the moment, we've seen it all before. So I'm hoping this finishes quickly and Sky pull the fingers out and tell us what's going on, when we can expect cricket to start. If we can't, then let us know. If we can, let us know. Hopefully the ICC will take a look at this and say, look, we can't take a major cricket tournament to an overseas country in the middle of their wet season, because it just doesn't work. It hasn't worked in America. The crowds have been there and the American team did well, but how many games were washed out in Florida? It doesn't work. You've got to take it to the places that are going to be warm and sunny, and that you're going to get majority of the games played without interruptions for rain. And I would have thought that at the moment we've had at least 50% of all the games played in this tournament so far have been interrupted by rain for one length of time or another, and it's not very good. It's poor planning by the ICC, but they knew they couldn't fit it anywhere else. If they didn't have it in the West Indies at this time now, well, the next place was come back to the UK and play it here, and they won't do that. Could they have had it in India? Well, they could have done, but they've just had the IPL there. That's why they won't go there. So where else is the Australia? No, it's their winter. Pakistan, probably their rainy season again. New Zealand, no, can't have it there. It's their winter. So it's poor planning for this. For a major World Cup tournament like this, to have it in the rainy season, it's like having it in our September, October. It's just stupid. Which brings me to my second point, that Australia are coming to England in September to play a series of one-day games, T20s and 50 over games. And you're not going to get all them in September. Some of the games are right at the end of September. It's going to rain. It's autumn. It's going to rain. You're not going to get all those games in. Who's planned this? It's just stupid. In my opinion, they've got too much of this one-day cricket in England now. That 100 tournament that they have, it's rubbish. Get rid of it. Get back to international cricket. I don't like that 100 tournament. It's a complete waste of time. It's just a money-making scheme that's no benefit to cricket whatsoever. And I don't like it. Get rid of it. I don't watch it. I don't like it. They could have dumped that and got Australia here at that time and played all those one-day games there where you're guaranteed to get them played. And you'd have got the attendances at the major test playing grounds because you'd have filled them with Australia there. But no, money talks. Looks like that 100 tournament is here to stay, but I don't like it. And of course, when there's no cricket on, the advertisements go on for an absolute lifetime. Come on, guys. It's been an hour nearly. Give us an update, please. Still advertisements. They really screw this for all they can get out of it, don't they? Get the cricket back on. Let us know what's going on. Getting annoyed with it now. Come on, you muppets. Tell us what's going on. If we're on standby, guys, we should get some news soon. Sky are really dragging this out. They're absolutely covering every single channel they do and giving advertisements for it. It's a nightmare. These constant advertisements drive me crazy. Just tell us what's going on at least. "45 minutes. We haven't heard a thing." Still advertisements. This is. I'm going to pull my hair out in a minute, I'm sure. You'd think there was a general election coming up soon, the way they're pushing all these politics. Election night, Thursday the 4th. And now they're advertising bloody Grand Prix. This is supposed to be a cricket semi-final. Shows what's going on. Now they're advertising tennis. Now we're going to get some news. Now, hopefully. Yes, we know it's in Guyana. Show us if it's raining or not. I'll tell you as soon as I know. It must be still raining because they're so slow at getting to the ground. Right, we're at the ground. Doesn't look like it's not raining. It's not raining. There's a few clouds in the sky, but the clouds are broken. The teams are out there, although they're not in uniform. They're not in their kit at the moment. Looks like the bowlers are just warming up. Some of the batsmen are having a bit of a knock. So what's going on? So they're just telling us about the semi-final that took place last night that South Africa won by 9 wickets. We know all about that. What about this one? On a substandard pitch. Should be ashamed of themselves for putting a semi-final on a pitch like that. The Brian Lara Cricket Academy, substandard pitch, they should be ashamed. and get criticised for that, and quite rightly too. So there's a lot of people on the outfield at the moment, but are we having a toss? Are we getting any indication of what teams are playing? Just waiting to find out. The teams are all warming up, but they're in the training kits. Rohit Sharma and who else is with him there? Rohit Sharma's in his kit. Josh Butler was stood with him. He's in his training kit. So the two captains are together, but I don't know if there's any toss going to take place at the moment. Oh, it looks like there is. At last. Rohit Sharma and Butler in their kit, so they're ready to go. So there's going to be a toss by the looks of things now. So we're going to get a start soon. Ravi Shastri laying it on there a bit. Trying to wind everybody up. Trying to make it look more exciting than it is. It's a toss. Ravi. Sharma tosses the coin up. And it comes down England's way. England have won the toss and are going to... I don't know. Because you haven't put it on the screen yet. But England won the toss anyway. So England won the toss and have elected to field first. So India are going to bat first. So England, as probably is predictable, when they win the toss, they like to chase. So India are going to have to set England the score. England will have to bowl well to restrict these big hitting Indian batsmen. Let's hope they can. Still not much of a crowd there. This is what's disappointing about having this in the West Indies. The West Indies have lost their enthusiasm for cricket. The general public have lost their enthusiasm for cricket. And in a big semi-final, if this was anywhere else, like Australia or India or England, it would be packed. And yet, there's barely a crowd there. I don't know when the game's going to start, but it must be pretty soon. I mean, if the game was going to start in an hour's time, you could understand that there wasn't much of a crowd there. But the game is imminent. And, I mean, there's probably 25% full at the most. So I'm just waiting for confirmation of the teams. I really don't expect either team to have changed from the last games that they played. Ravi Shastri is very dramatic. So the aerial view is showing plenty of people on the pitch, or on the outfield anyway. They should be clearing off soon so that we can get the game started. It doesn't say it's going to start in half an hour or 20 minutes. So as soon as the teams are ready, I think we'll get the preliminaries out of the way, and we can get a game of cricket started. Be up to England to get into the batters up top first. I mean, the first two are the ones to get out. Kohli and Rohit Sharma. Get among them early on, and that'll be a big boost to England. If them two hang about, well, the score could be anything. So we need them out, and we've got the balls to do it. Jordan, Archer, Topley. As we thought, neither of these teams have changed the team from the last game. Curran's still in the side. Jordan's still in the side for Wood. So yeah, it's exactly the same team. Michael Atherton's showing a pitch that, although it's rained today and it's been under the covers, it looks very dry. It's very cracked. It's very cracked. It looks, if there's a bit of pace in it, it'll be good for batting on, I would imagine. I think Atherton's just showing that there's a bit of a sandy patch just behind the wicket where the bowlers run through before delivering. Maybe it's because of dampness or what, I don't know. Can't imagine it's going to affect the bowlers. Maybe he's got nothing else to say. Well, eventually people are beginning to get off the outfield now, and maybe a game of cricket will break out in a minute. Yeah, it's a very thin crowd today, is that? For a semi-final. I mean, God knows what it's going to be like on Saturday for the final. You wouldn't imagine it'll be full, would you? If this is what a semi-final's like. It's just not caught on in the West Indian public's imagination. I mean, the ground is less than half full, and that's such a pity. I think the ICC have missed an opportunity here. Take it somewhere else. Take it to the UK. You'd have made a fortune. Every ground would have been full. You'd have made a fortune. You certainly got plenty of Indian cricket fans in England. Well, you haven't here today. There's not many. Anyway, it looks like the teams are coming out because Virat Kohli is on his way out, carrying his helmet under his arm, so he's ready for the national anthems. Just going through the main players at the moment. Butler, Rohit Sharma, Chris Jordan and his hat-trick. Adil Rashid. All main players in this game. If England are going to win this, all their players need to turn up. Anyone has an off day, and that could be the difference between winning and losing. Hopefully Jasprit Bumrah won't bowl well either. If he bowls well, you know, I mean, he can only bowl four overs, but he's an inspiration to the bowling side of their team. He doesn't go for many, and he causes a lot of difficulties to every batsman. They're certainly dragging this out. I mean, they're just wasting time here. They could have got started by now, surely. Still the live pictures from the drone above the ground, showing that the people on the outfield are slowly disappearing. And it shows you how full the ground is from that vantage point, and it's well less than 50%. It's only a third full at the most. I thought there might have been a lot more England fans there than what there is. Just waiting for these two teams to come out and get the anthems out of the way. I don't know what they're waiting for. I don't know why the players are still sat on the balconies. Get out there and let's get started. I can't understand what the delay is now. Preliminaries, taking the trophy out into the middle. think the teams are just waiting to be called out. There's no other reason for this delay now. When they're going now to an interview of Jasprit Bumrah from ages ago when the covers were still on. Why? I'm just going to take this chance to visit the loo before we get started. Back in a minute, guys. Okay, so at last we can get started. The preliminary is about to begin. The umpires are coming onto the field with the two teams, with the hand in hand with the mascots. Past those pretty pathetic fireworks that they're showing there. The teams that line up for the national anthems. Still a bit of clouds in the sky. Seems to have filled in as the clouds, but still a bit of sun on the ground as well. So hopefully the sun's going to stay and the clouds will stay away. Those flags that they have behind each team's are massive. There must be about, there's got to be 40 people holding that flag on each one of them, at least 40. Anyway, it's the England national anthem to start with. All the boys singing along, good to see. Few England supporters in the crowd. Ben Duckett out there, but he's not playing today. I guess he's the 12th man. Freddie Flintoff there, he's got a badly scarred nose now after those that accidents with Top Gear. Must be warm out there because Josh Butler has got a sweat on already. So it's the national anthem of India now. That is huge flag. That takes up a third of the ground. Right, so national anthem's over with. And get those flags off and we can get started. Probably an hour and 15 minutes late. But at least we're going to get a full game, a 2020 over game. No change to the two teams from the last games. As you would expect, India had a good win against Australia, and England beat the USA pretty convincingly as well. So both teams in good form. Just do take the chances now. You'd like to think that there was a lot of people outside waiting to get in the ground to see this game, but from the drone shots, there isn't. It's only a third full at most, which is disappointing. So Josh Butler's just gone off to put his wicket-keeping gloves on. And then the England team will follow him out, I guess. I guess they're not rushing because they probably aren't going to start for another 2 or 3 minutes. Freddie Flintoff there, just offering his encouragement to the team before they get going. His nose looked badly scarred, poor guy. Umpires looking at the watch. Batsmen are ready to go. England not ready to go out. The umpires should just walk out and get the game started. I don't know why you have to start it bang on time. We're already an hour and 15 minutes late. Let's get going. Right, the umpires are walking onto the field now. About time. Batsmen are going out. So at last, this live watch along is about to get underway. Second semi-final in this T20 World Cup from Guyana. Looks like yeah, there's a lot of blue sky about now. There's still some fluffy white clouds and it doesn't look threatening. The ground is bathed in sunshine, so it looks like we're going to hopefully get a uninterrupted match now. So as is normal for England, it's going to be Topley to open the ball in. His left arm over the wickets. Looks like Sharma's going to face the first ball. England just sorting their field out. Don't forget in these first 6 overs of this first power play, only 2 England fielders can be outside the 30-yard circle. And that looks like a backward square on the boundary and probably maybe extra cover as the camera comes on. See if I can see if it's extra cover or maybe cover point back there. I don't know. Maybe third man. I can't see because they haven't shown me. It's not third man because third man's on the circle. can't see because they're spinning around the ground and I can't see who's where. So I don't know the two outside the circle, but certainly backward square leg is. You imagine cover will be as well. Anyway, Toppler's coming into ball now. First ball of this semi-final. And he bowls. And that's a good ball, just full of length, wide of the off stump, and Roy, it goes forward and plays at the ball, and it goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. But he's pushed it across Roy there, and he got him to play it to a wide one that he didn't need to. So good start by Topley. Comes in again and balls. That one's full. And that's gone for 4 through a backward point. He tried to hit it straight back over the bowler's head. Got a thick outside edge, and that's flown through backward point gully area and down to the boundary for 4. Yeah, he hit right across that and got a thick outside, and he's lucky to get away with that. But that's the way he plays as Roy. Topley comes in and balls again. That's another full one on the off stump. He comes forward, pushes it out into the covers, and they run through for a single. Brook with the fielding, couldn't stop that single there. So it'll be Virat Kohli to face Topley. Comes in and bowls. And that's just outside the off stump, just short of a length. It's pushed into the covers by Kohli. Bairstow does the fielding and there's no run. And Topley bowls again. That one's on the leg side this time. Kohli aims a big heave down the leg side, misses it completely. It goes through to Butler, and I guess, did it hit his pads? I can't quite see, but it only just missed his leg stump. Yeah, it hasn't been given a wide, so it only just missed his leg stump as Kohli tried to hit it on the leg side, missed it completely. Lucky to not get bowled there. Topley bowls again on his legs. Hits Kohli on the pads, runs out onto the leg side, and they jog a leg by. And that's the end of the over. 6 off the over, including the leg by. Unlucky for Topley, really. I mean, that 4 that Sharma hit off the thick outside edge could have gone anywhere. Could have gone to hand, and there could have been a wicket down. So it's Jofra Archer to bowl the second over to Virat Kohli. Jofra on the way. Bowls. Well, that was a slower ball. Just short of a length. Kohli tries to, well, it's a big swing across the line at it. It just bounced over the top of his off stump and went through to Butler. Bounced twice on getting to Butler as well, but only just missed Kohli's off stump by a fraction. Bit erratic by Kohli, this. Archer bowls to him again, just short of a length. On the back foot, just drops it into the leg side. And they jog through for a single. So it's Rohit to face his first ball from Jofra Archer. In balls, just short of a length. Rohit goes back and plays it into the covers where Bairstow fields and there's no run. I've noticed that they've dropped the third man back onto the boundary, and that's because of that edge that Rohit got in the first over that went in that sort of area in the air off Jofra Archer. I guess they're thinking that that's going to carry down to third man for a catch. So although it's saving runs, it's also, anticipating maybe a catch, but we shall see. So Jofra Archer coming in again to bowl to Rohit Sharma. This one's just short of a length, and Rohit has a swing right across the line, misses it completely, and it goes back to Butler. This is an erratic start by these two batsmen. You've never seen them swinging at the ball across the line like that before. It's a strange one. Kohli's done that a couple of times, and he's been fortunate not to have got bowled, and now Rohit's at the same. We shall see. Archer bowls again, so a slower one outside the off stump. He tries to cut it, does Rohit, plays over the top of it, and it goes through to Butler for no run. So it's good bowling by Jofra Archer, this. He's mixing it up and getting the batsman wondering what's coming next. Jofra Archer turns to bowl his final ball of this over. That's short and it's cut. And I think it's gone through the backward point's hands and all the way down to the boundary for four. But that looked like a catch to me. And it's gone through his hands and everybody's looking a bit upset about that, which I'm not surprised. Let's have a look at the... well, we're going to an advertisement. I was going to say I'll have a look at the replay, but we'll have to wait for that. But the fact of the matter is that India are 11 for no wicket after 2 overs. But I think that Sharma again was lucky to get away with that one. Hopefully we'll get a replay and see exactly how close it was to the fielder. Topley balls. That one's short of a length. And Kohli tries to run that down to third man, misses it completely, and Butler takes it behind. Wonder if they're going to show that 4 again. Surely they must have. It must have been close to a catch, that. You can tell Kohli's completely out of form because he's all over the place at the moment. Topley balls again. This time he gets a full one on his off stump that Kohli has dispatched of a wide long on for 6 runs. It was a half volley and Kohli's hit it into this outfield and it's gone for 6. Yeah, one right in the slot on the off stump and he's hit that. Well, I'm saying that wide long on. It's actually more mid wicket. He's hit it. He's hit it a bit straighter than that. As Topley comes in and bowls to him again. It's a full one this time, almost a full toss that he's driven down to deep mid off. Chris Jordan comes around to do the fielding, and they've taken another 2. Topley in again to Kohli, and he's bowled him as the that was coming that because Kohli was swiping across the line at everything, and he's done another one that was pitched up on his leg stump. He's had a swipe across the line at it, and He's been bowled leg middle stump, and that's poor by Kohli. He's better than that, but not this time. Yeah, he's been bowled leg stump, a wild swing across the line. He'd never had no chance of hitting that. It was a good ball that needed defending or turning down to the fine leg, and he didn't do it, and Kohli's gone, and that's a vital breakthrough for England. India 19 for 1. Kohli's gone for 9 off 9. And Kohli's been like that right throughout this competition. I can't understand the way he's batting. It don't make sense to me. It's not working for him at opener, and they should drop him down back to 3 or 4 where he's always batted before, where he's probably more effective. But anyway, Rishabh Pant has come in at number 3. Now he's another dangerous batsman. He can hit it around. He won't die wondering. Reece Topley with 2 more balls to go to complete this over. Rishabh Pant left-hander, so it's left-hand bowler to left-hand batsman. Best of 42 in this tournament so far. So Topley's on his way to bowl to him now. Just short of a length, middle and off. Pant just gets across his stumps and turns it down to square leg, and the jogger single. That was the replay of that's awful from Kohli. He's better than that. I can't understand what's going on with him. He's lost a bit of focus or whatever. Didn't need to do that as an opener. Didn't need to do that. He's experienced enough to not have to do that as well. So Topley to complete his over to Rohit. Balls. That one's just short of length into the body of Rohit Sharma. Gets hit in his midriff. And between them, they scamper a single as Topley was zoning in on that ball to try and run one of them out. In the end, he didn't manage to. But he put the pressure on the batsman. That was the leg by. 10 off that over, and that includes the 6 that Kohli hit before he got out. And India 21 for 1 off 3. It will be Jofra Archer to continue. Batsman having a conflab in the middle of the pitch and retying the laces, just slowing the game down a bit. Archer's prowling around at the end of his mark, ready to go. Archer in now to Rohit. Just short of a length. Kept a bit low, if anything. Rohit has to go down low to keep it out. But keep it out he does. And there's no run. It was just short of a length, but I don't think it kept down a bit. I don't know if they're going to... And they didn't show that possible catch through gully from Rohit last over, so they might not show this either. Archer in again. That one's short of length outside the off stump. He guides it through point and gully. Topley runs down to the boundary, fields it. I think that's Phil Salt that's gone with him to help him with the fielding, and between them they've kept it down to 2. It's good fielding by the guys there, showing a lot of commitment. Just opened the face of the bat and just ran it down there. And between them, they've saved 2 runs. So Rohit still on strike to Archer. Ball's a full one. It's hit high in the air. It's gone over the top of the fielder running back from extra cover, but only just. Risky shot again at this stage. Harry Brook there. They take 2 runs, but only dropped a few yards behind Harry Brook as he was running backwards. So again, risky, but they've got away with it. Archer running in again to ball to Rohit. He gets one on his middle stump that is turned to backward square leg, who's on the boundary. He fields and they take a easy single. .26 for 1, India. In the 4th over. So it's Rishabh Pant to face Jofra Archer. Is he bowling over the wicket or is he going to come round? He's coming round. He bowls just outside the off stump. Pant comes forward and just runs it down to backward point who's on the boundary, runs in and fields, and there's a single. Rohit to face. Last ball of the over. He bowls. He's hit that one high in the air again. Has he got enough hold of it? No, he hasn't. It hasn't gone to the boundary. It's only just dropped over the infield again. Bairstow does the cleaning up and fielding as they take 2. But again, it's a thick outside edge that's only just dropped over the fielder's head. But he's got away with it. And he's still there. And that's the end of the over. So Rohit could have been out 3 times already. I think he was dropped in the gully sort of area, and he's hit 2 in that over that have only just dropped over the infielders in the covers and could have been easily caught on another day. But he's got away with it, and he's 16 off 13. India are 29 for 1 off 4. It's going to be Topley to continue. He's 1 for 14 off 2 overs. He's bowled Kohli already, so he's got a prize wicket there. And he's coming into ball to Pant. He bowls one just short on his legs. He flicked it down to fine leg, who was in the 30-yard circle and only just bounced in front of him again, a couple of yards further, and that would have been an easy catch to Adil Rashid. As it was, it just bounced in front of him. Oh, 2 yards in front of him as he was stood on the edge of the circle. Topley throws his hands up in the air, thought he had a catch there, thought he had another wicket, but he didn't. But only just, and Indians are living dangerously at the moment. So it looks like Topley's going to come round the wicket to Rohit after initially bowling over the wicket. He bowls and it's pulled, it's short outside the off stump and it's pulled through mid wicket and goes all the way for 4. It was short, but it didn't get up, but Rohit stayed down on the ball, which is good batting, and managed to get a full bat on it to put it through the leg side. Yeah, it didn't get up, but he got plenty of bat on it, and it flew to the boundary. I think he might have been better staying over the wicket because he was causing him all sorts of problems. Anyway, he's going to continue round. Is Topley. Back to Rohit again. And that one's just outside the off stump. He comes forward, pushes it into the covers. And Moeen Ali fields, and there's no run. So this is the 5th over of the power play. Next one will be the last, and then England will be able to take more fielders into the outfield, cover those boundaries a bit more. As Topley comes in again to bowl to Rohit, and this time he's hit one through the covers. It was on his leg stump, and he moved to the leg side to give himself a bit more room and played a beautiful shot through extra cover all along the ground. Fielders never saw it, and that went to the boundary at a rate of knots. Very nice shot. Yeah, he stepped away to the leg side, and Topley, to be fair, saw what he was doing and followed him. But he hit that beautifully. Topley balls again. Just short on middle and off stump. And it's just lent on by Rohit, and he turns it just to the short fielder at mid on, and they jog through for a single. Expensive over this so far. 10 off it for Topley. If you just joined us, thanks for joining us. Just to let you know that the game started an hour and a quarter earlier, late, because of rain. As Topley comes in and bowls again to Pant. Shot outside the off stump, Pant cuts it, but Phil Salt is on the point boundary, and he feels it, gets it in, and they've just jogged a single. And that's 40 for 1 off 5. Rohit is 25 off 17, and Pant is 4 off 4. So if you have just joined us, yeah, we started an hour and a quarter early due to early rain. Seems okay now. Clouds seem to be filling in a bit. We had a lot of blue sky at the ground later, but it seems to be a bit grey now. But hopefully the rain will ease off. It'll hold off, should I say, and we'll get this game finished. Please hit the like, just to help this channel develop. If you've got any comments that you want to put in, then please do. If you got something to say, there's some black clouds coming over now, yeah. Just looking at the opposite side. Some black clouds coming over, but you never know, it might pass away. There's a change of bowling now as Curran is taken over from Archer. He'll be bowling his left arm overs to Pant, who's a left arm batsman, so he probably will stay over. As he comes in now on balls, that's full on middle stump. Rishabh Pant comes forward and hits it to the short mid wicket, who fields, and there's no run. I would think that Pant's not going to have much of this before he starts hitting him back overs. If he's going to bowl a full length like that, as Curran turns and comes into ball again. That's full again, and it's hit across the line, straight to mid wicket, and he's caught. Well, that shouldn't have been going there. It was a full ball on the off stump, and he's managed to hit it in the air to mid wicket, and he's caught and he's gone. And that's a big wicket. Curran gets a wicket with his second ball. And Rishabh Pant has gone for 4. Yeah, the bat seemed to turn in his hands, and he's hit it straight to Bairstow at mid wicket, who takes an easy catch at head height. So although India are 40 for 2, they've taken a few chances, and if Rohit had gone early, they could have been in a lot of trouble by now. The ground staff are getting ready with the covers, so they're expecting a bit of rain. They're all out there getting their hands on the covers, ready to drag it all on. That black cloud is maybe going to deposit some rain on us. Can't see anything at the moment. Whether it's starting to rain, but it must be, because they're all ready to go. Like I said, the skies are looking a bit greyer now, whereas a bit earlier on there were blue skies. But the game goes on for the moment as Curran comes into ball to Suraya. He gets one on his middle stump that he turns to square leg. Square legs on the boundary, and they take a single. yeah, just looking at Pant's dismissal there, and the bat turned in his hand as he played his shot, and it went straight to mid wicket, and it didn't go very fast either. It was an easy catch for Bairstow. I'm just looking for any signs of rain there at the moment. There's current balls again. That's a ball that's on the leg stump. There's confusion in this run there. There was a bit yes, no, and it only went a few yards to mid wicket. But they sorted themselves out and scampered a single. And Surya Kumar is off the mark. Yeah, there was a bit of a yes, no. Rohit Stockton was going to go back, and then they decided to run through and still made it easily enough, but not good calling. Oh, and Surya Kumar drives one straight past Curran for 4 runs down to the long off boundary. But he stuck his hand out in his follow through, and he can't have been far away from a caught and ball there. But the fact of the matter is that Surya has got a 4. How far was it away from him? Look. Oh, he's just 6 inches away from his left hand as he stuck it out as the ball went past. Again, so close. Could have been so easily could have been a caught and bowled. And Curran comes in and bowls to him again. This one's short. I think he got a bit of a thick edge to that, but it didn't bounce very well. And Butler took it on the second bounce. Didn't get up that ball at all. I think he was trying to run it down to third man for a single. It looked to me like he did get an edge to it, but it bounced twice before it got to Butler behind the stumps. Anyway, there was no run, and that was the end of the over. England have got 2 wickets so far, 46 for 2 off the 6 overs, but they could have easily had a couple more as well. Then they would have been well into this game. At 46 for 4, it's a whole different ball game. Anyway, Adil Rashid's coming on to take over from Topley, so this will be interesting. But there is a lot of rain falling now. I can see behind Adil Rashid there. I can't imagine they're going to go on for much longer, but he's going to get one ball in anyway to Rohit. They're going to give it a chance and see what happens as he bowls. And Rohit tries to sweep one, reverse sweep one down to the third man boundary. Archer's chasing it. He tries to get his hand on it as it's going into the boundary. Doesn't manage to get enough hand on it, and it runs into the boundary. And I would imagine that's going to be it now. It's getting heavier as this rain. Yeah, the reverse sweep, just a little tap on it to run it down to third man. And Archer caught up with the ball, bent down to just knock it back, and barely touched the ball. And Adil Rashid is not happy bunny. Not a happy bunny at all. That rain's getting heavy now when they're going off. And quite right too. Well, the umpires are conferring, but it's pouring down. Sure, they're not going to carry on. Everybody's got their umbrellas up, but they're going to carry on. Well, they must think it's going to pass in a second. I'm surprised. This is going to be spicing the wicket up, is this? Anyway, it's going to be Rashid to Rohit, and he bowls one that's just on his leg stumps, a leg break that turns back into him, hits him on the pad, and there's no run. Adil Rashid in again to bowl. Again, it's one is on his leg stump. He gets across and sweeps it all the way down to the the third man boundary. The square leg boundary. I was looking for the square leg fielder to be there, but he must be a bit straighter. It was in the air. It was in the air for a long way. But currently he's a lot straighter than that. 8 off the over so far as Rashid comes in against the ball. Ball's one that's just outside the off stump. Rohit tries to hit it off the back foot through the covers, doesn't time it, and Bairstow tidies up and there's no run. Rashid in against the ball. Gets a full ball on the off stump that he drives down to deep mid off. Harry Brook does the fielding and the arm ball through for a single. 55 for 2. Rashid to ball to Surya Kumar. Last ball of the over. Balls. It's a leg break that's pitched on the leg stump, hits the batsman on the pads. A bit of a stifled appeal from Butler behind the stumps, but he's got no chance of that. I wasn't hitting the stumps. And that's the end of the over. Don't forget to hit the like for us, guys, just to help this channel. If you really like to see more, then hit the notification bell, because we'll be doing the football on Sunday. England in the round of 16, and there'll be more cricket to come as well, depending on whether England get through to the final or not. But you won't miss it if you hit that notification bell and subscribe. If you like things we're doing here, subscribe, help the channel to improve. Be much appreciated. Anyway, we've got Chris Jordan coming on now after one over from Sam Curran. Chris Jordan's going to take over. It's a bit of a surprise. I mean, Sam Curran got a wicket in his first over. He's been taken off, but they must think that Chris Jordan can get Rohit out, because he's 35 off 23 at the moment, and they could do with him out, could England. As India are 55 for 2 off 7 overs. It's not a huge start. They're not getting away from England, but England sense an opening here. And Jordan bowls. That one was short outside the off stump, and it's pulled. So mid-wicket, and they jog a single as the mid-wicket fielder comes in off the boundary to field. Don't know what happened there. It was short outside the off stump. It kept low. There must be some indifferent bounce in this pitch, because 1 or 2 is keeping low. Anyway, it's Surya Kumar to face his first ball from Chris Jordan. Looks like for the moment the rain's gone, so they did right to stay on then. There don't seem to be any rain falling at all at the moment, which is good news. Anyway, Jordan into ball now. That's on the off stump. And Kumar hits a ball out to deep mid-wicket again. And they jog through for a single. 57 for 2. Rohit back on strike. And Josh Butler just having a look around, making sure his fielders are all in the right positions. As Chris Jordan's on his way against the ball. Rohit to face. That's just short of length outside the off stump. Again, it's turned into the leg side, wristily turned into the leg side to that man at mid-wicket again, who's seen a lot of the ball this over. And they jog another single. Just showing some tufts of grass on the pitch between the cracks that are visible. I wonder if that's making the bounce just a bit variable. Anyway, Jordan's at the top of his mark and turns again as he's going to run into ball to Surya. And that's on the leg side, and he's hit it high up in the air, and that must be going for 6 of a fine leg, and it does. It was short going down the leg side, And Surrey just went down on one knee and just helped it on its way for 6. And these are the 2 batsmen that England really need out. Because these 2 have been scoring runs for India. Anyway, see what Chris Jordan can produce with this ball as it comes into Surya. That's short outside the off stump. And again, it's on the back foot. It's turned out to deep mid wicket. Livingston on the boundary does the fielding, and that's a single taken. So that's 10 off this over so far. That 6 has suddenly made it a bit expensive after 4 singles. It was a poor ball by Jordan and got what it deserved. Anyway, Jordan now to come into Rohit to finish this over off. That's outside the off stump. Full outside the off stump. Rohit tries to run it down through the gully. Misses the ball completely and it goes through to Butler for no run. 10 off the over, that's expensive from Chris Jordan. I'm sure that's not what Josh Butler had in mind when he brought him on. India 65 for 2 off 8 overs. Run rate at just over, a fraction over 8 and over. Don't forget to drop a comment if you're watching the game along with us. What do you think? Any predictions for scores? What do you think's got the advantage at the moment as I'm looking at the rain's falling again? Just as I'm watching it, I can see it getting heavier and heavier. There's Liam Livingstone's coming on to bowl some of his leg spin. Now this time they are going off. The umpires are taking the stumps out of the grounds and the groundsmen are coming on with the covers. So this is very disappointing. Hopefully it won't be much. Just a couple of minutes and they can be back on again, but it looks pretty heavy at the moment. All those that were sat out in the open are suddenly heading for cover in the crowd. It's pouring down now. We don't want this to last too long because we ain't going to see much cricket for a bit with rain like this at the moment. And this is the disappointing part about having a major tournament like this in a country that's in the middle of its wet season. I mean, what was the ICC thinking? This was always going to happen. You go to these tropical areas, when they have the wet season, they have a wet season and it rains. And when you're having a major tournament like this, you want to go somewhere where you've got the best chance of seeing most of the games played. And it's not been like that this tournament. And that's been the disappointing thing about it. And that all boils down to the IPL. They wouldn't do the tournament before the IPL. And after the IPL is finished, where else can you have it? Only the UK that you could come to. You can't have it in India when you've just had the IPL. Can't go to Australia when it's winter. So where else could you go? Go to the West Indies, keeping the fingers crossed, hoping it doesn't rain. But it's the wet season. Anyway, let's hope that this weather passes over very quickly and they can get out again. We don't want to be losing overs. And the England bowlers hadn't bowled too badly so far, apart from Chris Jordan, who went for 10 off his last. And that was only because of that short ball that he bowled down the leg side that was helped on its way by Surya for 6. Just going through the wickets again. And although India are 65 for 2, there's been some chances that have just dropped out the reach of the fielders. And with a bit more luck, England could have had 4 of them down. Anyway, looking at the pictures on the TV here, it's pouring down still. Looking at the pictures there on the screen, if the weather's coming from the left, that looks terrible. It looks black. If it's coming from the right, it's light air, broken cloud. So fingers crossed it's coming from the right. If it's coming from the left, we ain't got much chance of cricket in the next hour or two. If that dumps all its rain, it looks like it's got on the pitch. It's going to be a long time. So we're off again, guys. Off for rain again. Wonderful. Yeah, the rain's still continuing to fall quite heavily. And the problem is that when it comes down, you'll get all that water gathering on the covers, and it'll need to be cleared. Yeah, it doesn't look good at the moment. And this is such a shame because it affects both teams in so many ways. You know, when they get back out, the ball gets wet. It gets difficult to grip when you're bowling. The batsmen don't get full value for shots because the rain on the outfield slows the ball down. So it's really disappointing, is this? So if you have got any comments, you can get them in now. Anything you want to discuss while we've got a break in play, we can discuss anything got to do with this cricket or the football. If you want to discuss the football, get those comments in. Let us know what you think, what's on your mind. As Premier League stats and facts says, what we're all thinking, bloody rain again. Yeah, it looks like we're going to get a bit of a delay. Even if this rain that's pouring down at the moment lasts for 10 minutes, it's going to deposit a lot of rain on the pitch at the moment. Well, not on the pitch so much, but on the covers in the outfield. And it depends how quickly it drains away. But firstly, we need the rain to stop. Hopefully, we'll see what things look like when we get back to the ground. Hopefully, it'll have stopped. As it tends to do in these tropical countries, it can come and go in a matter of minutes. But while it's there, it can deposit a lot of water. Yeah, I'm afraid so, Joy. It's raining again. We got about 45 minutes of play, something like that, and then it started raining again. It is the showers season. It's the rainy season, and that's why I can't understand why they've had a World Cup tournament in a country that's in the middle of its rainy season. It just don't make sense. Might as well have brought it to England. Anyway, the pictures are coming back. The coverage is coming back now from its break, so we'll see what the weather's like. I'm sure it'll show us. No, no, not. This is what's annoying about it all. They start putting all this bump on just to fill in time while it's raining, but they don't tell us what's going on. I've been live for 2 hours and 21 minutes and seen 45 minutes of cricket. That's how bad it's been. If the rain was coming from the left of the ground, like what I saw on the TV coverage, that might be the end of the play for the day by the looks of things. If it's all coming from there, if it was coming from the right, from what I saw, there was broken cloud and it looked a bit lighter as well. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that we can get back out there again. This is frustrating for everybody, especially me. Nothing happening at the moment, not even telling us anything. At the moment, they're showing a profile of Charlotte Edwards. I'd like to see a profile of whether it's raining or not. Anyway, if you've just joined us, guys, it's another breaking players. The rain has come back. I think we've had about 8 overs of the Indian innings. England won the toss and decided to field. And then just when the game was finally balanced, with England had taken 2 wickets, India were about 65 for 2. And then the rain came and spoilt things. It was nicely balanced. Adil Rashid had just come on, so that would have been interesting. But we've had it for the moment. I'm waiting for a report from the TV just to let us know how bad things are with the rain. I mean, hopefully it will have stopped. boy. Yeah. Nothing to tell you at the moment. Still raining. If anyone wants to put comments in, let's get a discussion going. Can't sit here doing nothing all day, can we? Waiting for the rain to stop. Suppose no news is good news. Maybe by the time they've shown this fill-in programme, we'll get back to the ground. The covers will be off, the sun will be shining, and the players will be ready to go. Or am I being too optimistic? back to the advertisements. If anything like the last ones, these last about 10 minutes. Well, it's been another lovely day in the UK here anyway. If nothing else. Pity about Guyana. I wonder if I can go on the BBC website and just see what they've got to say about the cricket, because I'm getting nothing off these at the moment. They haven't got much to say either, really. It's like I said about the advertisements, 10 minutes later they're still going. Well, here we go. Let's see what the news from the ground is. Next update at 1 o'clock. It's 15 minutes away. No play. Next update at 1 o'clock. It looked like the ground staff, it looks like it stopped raining and the ground staff were busy on the field, but there was a big black dark cloud just to the right. Whether that's one that's gone or one that's coming, I don't know. What is it, boy? What is it? Come here. Come here. Welcome back. Well, after a good hour at least of a rain delay, it's been sunny for quite a long time now, sunny and warm, but they've had a couple of patches on the field where they haven't wanted to start the play because they were wet. I guess the water's leaked through the covers. They've given it half an hour to dry up, and it looks like we're just about a few minutes away from starting again, which has got to be good. We haven't lost any time because we're still within the time allotted for this game. The umpires are not out yet, but they can't be far off. The teams are all ready to go. They're ready to come out. Umpires are just coming out now. Looking at the sky around, it looks blue and sunny again, but those clouds can quickly roll in. Let's hope they don't. Looks behind the ground itself, it looks pretty cloudy, but above we've got blue sky and sunshine, so let's hope that it stays that way. I said that last time when it poured down with rain, so fingers crossed as we start this game off from where we left it after 8 overs. India 65 for 2. Rohit Sharma and Surya coming out to continue their innings. I'll give you the scores and the overs in a minute. I know it's 8 overs gone. I don't know who's bowling the next over. India are 65 for 2 off 8. I'll let you know what scores the batsmen are on as soon as the TV puts it on. So Rohit's on 37, not out from 26, and Surya's 13 from 7. And it was, yeah, if I remember rightly now, it was Liam Livingstone about to bowl his leg spin when the rain came down. And they haven't changed that plan since then. So Livingstone is going to take the next over. They must obviously think that spin is the way to go to just stifle these batsmen and stop them hitting the ball around. So if they're going to give Livingstone a ball at one end, you would think that Adil Rashid would ball at the other end, but we'll see. Maybe they'll think that pace for these two batsmen is what they want. They want pace on the ball. We're not giving them it. We're giving them spin. Let's see how they deal with it. But this is Livingstone's first over anyway, and the 9th over of the innings. As he comes into ball to Surya, right arm over, and that's a full ball on his leg stump. He tries to hit it through the leg side, misses it, hits his pads, and Livingstone fields for no run. And balls again. That's full. Just outside the off stump this time. Surya tries to flat bat it through the covers, mistimes it, and Bairstow runs around to his left and fields in the covers, and there's no run. Livingstone in again. That one's a bit shorter this time. On middle stump, he rocks back and punches it down the ground to the mid-on fielder who runs in, and they take a single. Rohit to face now. Livingstone in. Bowls, that's full. Rohit chips it in the air to mid-wicket. Mid-wicket is on the boundary, but he's in quickly, and they take a single. Good tight bowling by Livingstone so far. Just 2 off this first 4 balls as he comes in and bowls again. And that one again is hit through mid-wicket in the air, Jordan comes round to his right from mid-on, fields and there's just a single. Livingston again bowls. Again, that's middle on leg, and it's driven down to Jordan at mid-on, and they jog a single. That's the end of the over. 4 off it. It's a good start from Livingston. 4 singles. Didn't give anything away. Nothing short, nothing wide. And India 69 for 2 off 9. Does look nice now there. There's broken cloud, blue sky, sun shining. Let's hope it's going to stay like that now. Adil Rashid to bowl at the other end. As I suspected, England fancy slowing this run rate down by spin. So let's see. Rashid to Rohit. Can't imagine that Rohit's going to sit back and just let them bowl at him. He's going to attack. So Adil Rashid comes in right arm over balls. So ball that's on middle and off. Rohit goes back and drives it down to mid on, and they jog a single. $70 for 2. Suraya to face Adil Rashid. As he comes in now and bowls right-handed. That's the one that's tossed up this time. Hits him on his pads well outside the off stump. Butler appeals, but he's not going to get that. He was playing a shot outside the off stump. Not a chance of that. Him and Adil Rashid are discussing it, but I think they decided they won't bother. No point in wasting an appeal on that. Suraya to face again. Adil Rashid comes in and bowls. Another one that's tossed up outside the off stump. This time he comes down the wicket to it, drives it through extra cover. Man on the extra cover boundary fields it, and it's just a single. Rashid into Rohit this time. Shorter this time. Rohit rocks back. Flicks it out to man on mid-wicket who's in quickly and prevents the second run. It's good fielding that. They were looking for the second, but Livingston was in quick and saved a run. Suraya to face Adil Rashid now. He comes in and bowls, tossed up again. This time Suraya meets it on the full toss and helps it on its way down to fine leg for 4 runs. A fine leg fielder was up on the circle, and Suraya didn't try to hit it too hard, just placed it wide of that man, and once it had gone past him, it was 4 runs. It was a full toss and deserved what it got. Suraya again to face. He gets another full toss. Again, he gets across his stumps and hits it onto the leg side, this time to the man on the deep square leg boundary who fields and to take a single. 8 off that over. 2 poor balls for the last 2 from Adil Rashid. Lucky to get away with just 5 off those 2 balls. The last one should have gone for a 4 or a 6 as well. But India are 77 for 2 off 10. I don't suppose they'll take drinks here as they've only just come on. So I reckon they'll just carry on. And Livingston's going to bowl another over. Suraya to face. He comes in and bowls. Right arm over. Short was the googly. Tried to cut it away, did Soraya, mistimed it, went to the man at backward point, and there's no run. Bit of turn for Livingston there. He comes in and bowls again. That one's on the leg stump. It's flicked away through mid-wicket. The man on the mid-wicket boundary comes in and fields, and they take a single. Full salt did the field in that. Livingston in and bowls. Short. That was a leg spinner that has been hit over the top of cover. Luckily, we've got Jofra Archer on the cover boundary. He feels it, and there's a single taken. There's turn for Livingston there, but that one's just a bit short and wide. Lucky to get away with just a single for that one. Livingston in again to Soraya on the leg stump. It's driven away down to Salt on the mid-wicket boundary. He fields, and they jog through for a single. Livingston bowls to Rohit, who tries to do the switch hit, but only succeeds in finding Moeen Ali on the edge of the circle, and there's no run. Livingston again. This time he's driven straight back over his head, and that must have gone for six. That's gone a long way, and it has. Straight back over his head. It was a ball that was pitched up, probably middle and leg, and Rohit just helped it back over his head. Pity about that, because until then it had been a good over. Yeah, that was just in the slot waiting to be hit back. Eight to 6 for 2 off 11. Adil Rashid to continue in his third over to Soraya. He bowls just slightly short, spinning away from Soraya. He hits it into the covers, and there's no run. Rashid again. Comes in and bowls. That one's short. That's been pulled. Not timed so good. It goes out to Jordan, who's on the wide long on boundary. He rang across that way, saved 2 runs, but they've taken 2. Lucky that wasn't pulled away, because that was short. Adil bods again. It's wide. And a horrible drag across the line. Rohit does manage to get a bottom edge on it, and it runs out to mid-wicket, but that was a horrible shot. I think he tried to get to the pitch of the ball, realised he wasn't there, and just flayed at it to make sure that he got some bat on it. He got a single for his score anyway, as Rashid comes into ball again. Batsman gives himself room this time. He's hitting it in the air, and that's short of Chris Jordan, which is a pity, because if that had carried to him, I think that the batsman would have been gone. Rohit would have been out. Soraya to face Adil Rashid. Comes in now on balls. That one's hit inside edged He came down the wicket to try and hit it straight back over the bowler's head for 6. He wasn't holding back on that one. Got a lucky inside edge that went down to the third man, and they jogged through for a single. Lucky, because if he'd missed that, he would have been stumped by a mile. It's Rohit again. Rashid bowls one short. Rohit tries to pull it. He gets a bit of a bottom edge on that. He goes straight down into the ground, and there's no run. 5 off that one. So that's a bit better over for England. There's India 91 for 2 off 12. England could do with a couple of wickets now. Could do to get Sharma out. That would be a good one. The way that both these batsmen have batted over the last couple of overs, they're going for it. They're not holding back at all. They're getting down the wicket. They're really trying to put back to bowl. They've had a partnership of 51 from 40 balls, so it's not bad, but it's not spectacular. And I think they are trying to just push this score on a bit now. As Curran comes back after those 2 overs from Livingston. Comes in over the wicket, bowls one that is hit high over the extra cover. It looked like a thick outside edge over the covers. It's carried for 6. That's not a great start. It was a full ball outside the off stump. I don't think that's where he was aiming for it. No, it wasn't. That was a thick outside edge that he lost control of. But he's got enough of an edge on it that it's carried all the way for 6. Over the point boundary. Curran in again to bowl. Again, that's full on the middle stump. It's driven away to Livingston at square leg, and he gets the ball in for a single. Curran in again to Rohit. That's just short of length. He's got his foot across to the ball outside the off stump and helps it over its way over backward square leg for 6. Just got his foot across and has flicked his bat through it, and it's carried all the way for 6. And that's 50 for Rohit Sharma. 55 not out from 36. Like I say, he's going for it now. 104 for 2. Curran again to Sharma. That's just short of length. Goes onto the back foot and just pushes it down to deep mid on. Harry Brook fields, and there's a single taken. 105 for 2. I think Curran's bowling too full of length. The batsmen are looking to get underneath the ball, and Curran's just bowling that sort of length that they can do. He's not express pace. Curran in again. That's short. It's pulled away. Square leg can't get to it, and that goes for 4 runs. And Soraya helps himself to a 4 ball. This is poor bowling by Sam Curran. He's experienced enough to be able to bowl just that short of a length. Yeah, he's dragged that one down, and that's just sat up and asked to be hit away. And it was. And the gap was picked nicely between mid-wicket and backward square leg. Neither of them could make the way to it and stop it from going for 4. Sam Curran in again. It's a full one this time, slower full one that's been driven down to deep mid on. Chris Jordan comes in and fields and they take a single. We might find out that that's the end of the spell for Sam Curran because that went for a lot of runs. These two batsmen are definitely going for it now. They're not holding back. They've got a lot of batsmen in the hutch still, so I can understand that. They want to set a big score for England and put them under pressure. England really need to knock a couple of these over, especially these two. If they could get these two out now, they'll be right back in it again. But at the moment, 110 for 2 off 13. The last 3 overs have gone for 33, 11 pair over. Most of them went from Sam Curran's last over. I don't think we'll see him again. So it's Soraya to continue. Adil Rashid to bowl. And gets one that is pushed low and flat at the leg stump. He drives it out off the back foot to deep mid wicket and they take a single. Soraya goes to 40 from 27. Rohit on strike. Adil Rashid's last over. He bowls. That one's short on leg side-ish. Again, that's driven off the back foot down to deep mid on. And again, another single taken. I don't know whether this is a plan to bowl into the legs of these two batsmen to stop them getting their arms through the ball, but it seems they are at the moment as Rashid comes in again to bowl. He sweeps it down to short third man, a ball that was on about middle stump, and they take a single. Topley does the fielding. Rohit again to face Adil Rashid. So he comes in and bowls. That one's bowled him. It was a googly that pitched outside the off stump. Rohit tried to carve it back over his head. The ball spun into him and hit his middle and leg stump, and Rohit has gone, and that's a vital wicket taken by Adil Rashid for England. Just what they needed. The man 57. Yep, googly that hit middle and leg stump. Great bowling. Didn't pick that one at all. Had a wild swing at it, hoping to hit it back over his head for 6, and it was comprehensively beaten. And India 113 for 3, and Rohit Sharma's gone for 57 off 39 balls, bowled by Adil Rashid. Just what England needed. Now if they can get Soraya out as well, they will be right back in it. Hardik Pandya coming into bat now. Adil Rashid has got 2 balls left of his spell. Bowled superbly again, 1 for 25. Can't argue with those figures. Butler just talking to Jofra Archer. Maybe he's thinking bring him on after Adil Rashid has finished his spell. Anyway, it's Pandit to Hardik to face this one. Rashid just making a few alterations to his field and then comes in to bowl to Hardik. That's a ball that's on the outside of the off stump. It's edged as he puts at it and it drops just short of Moeen at first slip. So unlucky. Yeah, an edge that just fell short. Good stop by Moeen, just didn't carry to him. Rashid to complete his spell. He bowls. That was short. A big leg spinner that spun away from him. Didn't bounce. Pandya just defends back to the bowler. And that's the end. 3 off for the last over there, and a wicket. 1 for 25 off 4 for Adil Rashid. That's great bowling again. No wonder he's the #1 bowler in the world at T20s. Superb spell. But he's gone, and England have got to find someone else to take over from him now. Livingston handed his cap to the umpire, so maybe he's coming on. "14 overs gone." Livingston now bowls. Gets one that spins away from the batsman. He cuts it out to the boundary, and point was nowhere to be seen. It hits the boundary ropes for 4. Short and wide. And he's managed to get that backward of point, and Archer's not the quickest there, and he got nowhere near it. Anywhere near it. Livingston to Suraya again. It's a ball just short of a length that he just pushes back to the bowler who fields, and there's no run. Livingston in again. That's short and wide and cut again, but this time Moeen's at backward point just on the edge of the circle and saves the run. Livingston again. That one's pitched up, just spins a little bit. The batsman tries to drive it down the ground, but only manages to push it back to Livingston, and there's no run. Good response this by Livingston as he comes in again to Suraya. This one's short this time and spinning away. He gets a bat on it, but only ends up hitting it straight to Moeen on the... it seems like he fell over when he hit that one as well. But he hit it to Moeen on the backward point circle. Well, he really had to stretch to reach that one. It's a real stretch. That's how far it spun away from me. Real stretch. Anyway, there was no run as Livingston comes in again and bowls. This one's edged, and they've gone for a quick single, and as they've taken it, Adil Rashid gets the ball in quickly to Butler. He takes the bails off, but they're going to take a look at this, but it did look like the batsman was in. But if they'd had Moeen in there like they had a couple of balls ago, he'd have taken a simple catch. This time he was moved out to the point on the edge of the circle. No one there. Have they run him out? No, his bat is in the air, but he's got it down now, and he's well in. So that's a not out. And India are 118 for 3 off 15 overs. 5 off Liam Livingston's last over. That's not bad since the first ball went for 4. He only took one more single after that. That's a good comeback by Liam Livingston. Jofra Archer to bowl. He takes over from Adil Rashid. Jofra has 2 overs to go as he comes into ball to Suraya. That one's just short outside the off stump. He cuts it. Doesn't beat the man on the edge of the circle at backward point, but they scamper a single. And Suraya goes on to 47 from 35 balls. Pandya has yet to get off the mark from his 2 balls. And just going through Rohit's wicket for Adil Rashid, bowled by the googly. Archer in again to bowl, just short of a length. Again, that's cut through point, and again, we haven't got a man on the point boundary. It's more like a cover boundary, and he can't get across to his left to stop the ball, and that goes for 4. Archer just giving the batsman a bit of room outside the off stump to get his hands through the ball, and to the boundary it goes. Archer in again to bowl. This time he tucks the batsman up, who pushes it into the cover, and scamper a single. Archer at the top of his mark, turns again. See the batsman's ready? Not quite. Soraya just having a look around at the field. Should know where it is by now. He's 47 not out. As he comes in and bowls to him. That's a slow one that he's hit high in the air. Has he had enough of it? Has he got enough of it? Is it going to be caught? It's caught by Chris Jordan. Deep mid-on, just inside the boundary, and I couldn't see who was underneath it, but once I saw it was Chris Jordan, he was never going to drop that, not in a million years, and that's a great wicket for England. And that's a ball out the back of his hand by Jofra Archer, a slower ball that Soraya's managed to get right underneath, but because it was a slower ball, he was through the shot too early and just hit it high in the air. And well, Chris Jordan just doesn't drop them, took it easily, and Soraya has gone, and that's two great wickets that England needed there. The two in batsmen have gone, and India are now 124 for 4. Soraya 47 off 36, caught Jordan, bowled Archer. And England have got to be very pleased with that, having now two new batsmen at the crease, Hardik and Jadeja, who's just coming in. Good stuff this by England. After that onslaught from Rohit and Soraya, they've kept themselves in it, and now they're right back in it now. Don't forget to get your comments in, guys. Why do you think it's going so far? Who do you think's got the advantage now after those two quick wickets? I think England have. They haven't bowled too badly at the moment, but get your comments in and let me know what you think. What's a good score on this wicket? I reckon 160, 170 is a good score. Anyway, it's Jadeja now to face Archer around the wicket. He bowls him a short one that she immediately pulls backward of square leg. Square leg is on the boundary, runs in and fields, and Jadeja just gets a single. One ball of this over to go. Hardik to face. Archer bowls. Just shot of a length that Hardik just turns into the leg side. They thought about trying to pinch a second, but in the end they decide not to, and that's the end of the over. 8 runs off the over, but crucially, an important wicket. And Archer's taken 1 for 21 off his 3 overs, and India are 126 for 4 with 4 overs to go. Run rate again down below 8 and over now, which is manageable for England, exactly what they would want. Don't forget to hit a like if you've just joined us, guys. Help this channel grow. Hit the notification if you want to be notified of future live streams and watch-alongs. Predicted score is 168. So I said between 160 and 170 is a good score, so we shall see. But it's Liam Livingstone to bowl his last over, and he's bowled well. He's only gone for 18 off his 3 overs so far. Hardik to face as he comes in and bowls. And that one's driven straight back at him. He just dives to his left, parries the ball, and then gets up, and there's no run. Livingstone just about to deliver, and Hardik walked away. Don't know what he'd seen there that was putting him off, but he just walked away. Maybe a bit of gamesmanship there. Livingstone tries again. He bowls. outside the off stump. That was a googly that spun into him as he tried to hit it straight back over the bowler's head. He got an inside edge as it spun into him. The scamper single as Livingstone runs into the leg side and fields the ball off his own bowling. Just showing that catch from Soraya to Jordan there. It was a long way in the air, but Jordan's never going to drop any of them. Long way high in the air. And a decent wicket to get that. They've got the two Indian batsmen out. And now England are right back in this again. Jadeja to face Livingstone as he bowls around the wicket. Gets one that he drives straight past Livingstone and down to deep mid-off. Jordan comes in and fields and they jog a single. 128 for 4. Good ball in this by Livingstone. He's not giving anything away but singles, and that's good enough at this time of the innings. Hardick's back on strike, so Livingstone will come back over the wicket again to bowl to him. So he comes in now. That's just short of length and spins away. And the batsman has to really reach across to get that. It gets a bottom edge to it. Manages to get it down to Harry Brook on the cover boundary. And they jog a single. Good bowling by Livingstone. He's getting a lot of 10 when he bowls those ones wide. Round the wicket to Jadeja. That one's wide. Jadeja flat bats it straight down to Jordan at deep mid-off. And they jog a single. Good bowling by Livingstone. 4 singles so far this over. Got to finish it off. Don't concede a boundary now. Livingstone bowling. Again, he bowls one that's wide of the off stump. It spins a long way and is actually given a wide by the umpire. So Livingstone will have to bowl that one again. So he comes in and bowls again. Same again there. He gets one that pitches on the off stump, spins wide. The batsman tries to cut it through the offside, gets a bottom edge. It probably went through Josh Butler's legs and just jog a single as the leg side fielder comes round to pick the ball up from behind Josh Butler. But that's a good over from Livingstone. Just 6 runs off it. He's finished his spell now. He's got 0 for 24. That's good from a part-time bowler. Livingstone, he's kept it tight. And India are 132 for 4 with 3 overs to go. Hardick 9 from 9 and Jadeja 3 from 3. So England really stifling the run rate at the moment. I guess it'll be Jofra Archer to finish off his spell. With 1 over to go for Jofra. There's Topley and there's also Jordan to finish off. So that'll be the last 3 overs. Looks like it might. Yeah, it's Chris Jordan coming on now. Jordan's first over went for 10, but he's decent at bowling in the last couple of overs, especially when the batsman will be going at him. He gets those yorkers in, which are vital at this time. So let's see how he goes. As he's coming in now to bowl, Hardick gets one that's on the off stump, a slower ball that he drives out to wide mid-off. It's wide enough for them to be able to take 2 runs. Sam Curran does the fielding. Had to run a long way around to his left to get that ball. Jordan on his way again to bowl to Hardick. That's a bit short. And it's pulled. And it's pulled over the mid-wicket boundary and it's gone all the way for 6. It was a short ball that just sat up and waited to be hit. And Hardick has timed that perfectly because it didn't get more than about 12 feet off the ground. It was a flat 6. So he got a lot of wrist into that ball, and that flew. I didn't think that was going to go in. There was a man on the boundary there, but it cleared him. Powerful shot that. It was a flat 6. Well, this is a poor start again from Jordan. What's he going to do now? Ball's a slower ball. It's a slower ball that's hit over the top of Sam Curran's head at mid-off for another 6. He's given the batsman the width to get his hands and his bat through the ball, and it was a ball in the slot, a slower ball, and he's given him room to swing the bat, and he's connected, and it's gone over Sam Curran's head for 6. And that's 14 off 3 balls, not what we wanted from Chris Jordan. Chris Jordan really needs to come back to the game now and tighten up these last 3 balls. So he comes in again, balls. And that again is wide, and that's again flayed down to Sam Curran, but this time Sam Curran takes the catch on the boundary, or just inside the boundary, and, well, I wouldn't say it was good bowling by Jordan, because it was the same ball that got hit for 6, but this time Pandit didn't get hold of it, and only managed to haul out to Sam Curran on the boundary. So luckily it's a wicket. Again, it was another slower ball that was flat batted by Pandya, and Sam Curran takes a catch on the boundary at waist height. Hardik gives a smile to Jordan as he walks past him. He knew he'd been conned out there. He knew that should have gone for 6 and it didn't. That's 23 off 13 for Hardik. India 146 for 5. And that run rate has gone above 8 runs again. And Dubé comes in. Now he can hit a ball. So the big hitting batsmen from India just keep coming. Jordan needs to keep it tight, these last 2 balls. Dubé is a left-hand batsman. He's got a best in this tournament of 34. I mean, how much would India love a quick 34 off him now? Anyway, Jordan's going to ball to him. I don't know, he's coming over the wicket still. And he bowls one that's just on the outside of the off stump. He has a little edge to that, and he's cut behind by Butler, and Jordan's on a hat-trick, another hat-trick. That's great bowling by Chris Jordan. And India are 146 for 6. Just short of a length, just outside the off stump, and Dubé angled his bat at it, just dangled it outside the off stump, got a thin edge, and Butler does the rest. Great comeback by Jordan. After conceding 14 from his first 3, he's on a hat-trick. Can he get 2 hat-tricks, just like the Aussie did? Aksar comes in now. 146 for 6, I don't think. The Indians have had to bat this low down before, have they? England fans are up in arms with this now. Really feeling the enthusiasm. England certainly back on top now. 146 for 6. Certainly on top. Jadeja has finished 3 balls, and Aksar hasn't finished 1 yet. Aksar is another left-hander. Can Jordan get a hat-trick? Jordan comes in on hat-trick ball. He bowls. That one's just outside the off stump. It's driven off the back foot by Axa. Moeen's at cover. Goes straight to him, but Axa's scampered a single. And that's the end of the over. 147 for 6 off 18. A good comeback from Jordan. He went for 14 from his first 3 balls, then went wicket, wicket, 1. Can't ask for more than that. Two for 25 off his 2 so far. It's a bit expensive, but the 2 wickets are the good thing. There's nothing like stopping the scoring rate and taking wickets. I would imagine it's going to be Jofra Archer now, is it? Or will it be Topley? Looks like Jofra Archer. It's an overhead view. It looks like Archer to me. Just waiting for confirmation of that. Yeah, Axa, the left-hander, gets a ball, slow ball outside the off stump. He managed to hit it off the back foot to Bairstow in the covers, and they jog a single. Just showing that cut behind again. Yeah, a nice thick edge indicated by ultra edge there. Batsman knows he's got his head down and turns and goes. Doesn't wait for a decision. Just goes. Archer in again to Jadeja. He gets a 1 that's wide. He slaps it through backward point, and that's gone all the way for 4. And again, you know, Archer is giving them a bit of width to be able to get the hands through the ball. It wants to be tighter to the stumps. And that's just a freebie. Just what Jadeja wants. He wants one outside the off stump. Just rolls his wrists on it as he hits it through backward point. I think that's mowing on the backward point on the circle. You can't get anywhere near that. Archer to Jadeja again. That's a full toss outside the off stump. It's hit through the covers again. Moeen's coming round, but Phil Salt beats him to it, gets the ball in. But they've ran 2. One 5-4 for 6. Archer to Jadeja again. I thought he might have come round and bowled round to cramp him up, but he's continuing over the wicket. And that's a slower ball that Jadeja's managed to sweep through backward square leg, and that's gone all the way for 4. And this ain't good by Archer. You know, his main weapon is pace, and slower balls are just what these batsmen want to help on the way. He should be bowling round the wicket, cramping Jadeja up, instead of allowing him to sweep like that. A slower ball. Yeah. Running his fingers down the side of the ball, but the batsmen are waiting for that sort of thing. And he's just helped himself to another 4. Josh Butler down the other end to have a word with Archer and say, come on, pull your finger out. You're supposed to be our premier fast bowler. Why are you bowling slower balls? You know, it's difficult to sweep a 90-mile-an-hour ball. What are you doing? Jadeja's just had a mouthful of water. Putting his gloves back on now. Last 15 balls have gone for 31 runs. Archer coming in against the ball to Jadeja around the wicket this time. He gets a full one that he drives down to mid-on and to take a single. I did say 3 balls ago that he should be bowling round the wicket and bowling into Jadeja to cramp him, which is exactly what he's done. But that's 10 runs too late. Instead of being 159 for 6, they'd have still been 149 for 6. Anyway, Archer's got one more ball to Axer to complete his over. He's bowling round the wicket to the left-hander again. He tries to give himself a bit of room by stepping outside the leg stump. Archer follows him. The ball goes between him and the stumps. Butler takes it and there's no run. That's the end of the over. 12 runs off that over. 159 for 6 with 1 over to go. I would imagine Chris Jordan's going to bowl that. .160 and 170 was deemed to be a good score. So they're already at 160, 159 anyway. So anything above that now is going to be a tough task for England. Not impossible, but it'll be tough. They don't want to let it get away to 175 in this over by allowing the batsman to take a few easy boundaries. Jadeja is looking for room outside the off stump, so tuck him up. Don't give him that room. It's Chris Jordan to bowl. Hopefully he's going to bowl round the wicket to Jadeja and bowl in at him. But we shall see. Jadeja is 14 from 7. Men out on the boundary on the leg side. Over the wicket, bowls short, hits it through the extra cover area. Extra covers on the boundary. He gets in quickly, but not quick enough, and they've sprinted to us. Good running by the Indian batsman there. 161 for 6. Might have been interesting if the throw had been more accurate, but it was wide of the stumps and the batsman made it in easily. Jadeja has retained the strike and Jordan comes in again to bowl to him. That's full on the off stump. It's driven down to mid-off, who runs in from the boundary, and it's just a single. So they've got Jadeja off strike. Axer's on strike now. Another left-hander. I'm presuming that Jordan's going to stay over the wicket for Axer. He comes in now on bowls. That's short and wide. It's clubbed through covers. It's clubbed through the covers. It goes out to the man on the cover boundary. That's Liam Livingstone. His return is poor. It's wide of the stumps, and they've ran two again. If it had been on target, i.e. into Butler's gloves, he would have been gone. It'd have been gone by a long way. It'd have been nowhere near. But Butler had to go to his left to take it and then return his gloves to the stumps with a ball. And by that time, the batsmen were in. Chance missed by England. The throw-in should be better. Axer retains the strike. Jordan into him again. He bowls short. That's pulled in the air. Is it gone for 6 or is it going to be caught? No, it's gone all the way for 6. Over mid-wicket. Again, you know, short and wide is what these batsmen are looking for. Pulled down by Jordan, and the batsman was almost through that ball before it got to him. He had to wait for it, but he still got enough bat on it to hit it for 6. And that's poor by Jordan. He's usually good at the Yorkers, and he hasn't even attempted a Yorker yet. Why not? You can't hit Yorkers for 6s. Butler's not happy with that. He's got his head down, looking at the floor. saying, what is he doing? So we've got 170, which we said don't bother with. That one's short again. That's hit high in the air. Is it going over to a fielder? Yes, it goes to the fielder. And that's caught, and Axer has gone. Looks like that's Liam Livingstone. No, it's Phil Salt. And Jordan gets a wicket. Another ball that was pulled down. I mean, it's lucky to get at the wicket. It's not bowling for that. Phil Salt takes the catch. But that was pulled in the air, and if it had got a bit more on it, that would have been another 6. But Axar Patel goes for 10 off 6. Caught Salt, bowled Jordan. And India are 170 for 7. With 1 ball to go. So they've got a par score at the moment of India with 1 ball left. Maybe disappointed that they couldn't have got a bit more because they were going well early in their innings. But 170 with their bowling attack is going to be a challenging score. England will have to bat well. I think that as we were at the beginning of this match, it's anybody's game. You just can't tell. Arshdeep is in to face 1 ball. Now just think about this, Chris Jordan. Get a Yorker in there. Don't give a 4 or a 6 away. Don't be silly. Bowl a bloody Yorker. He comes in now to bowl to Arshdeep. And he bowls one that's short outside the off stump. It's pulled into the leg side. Chris Jordan actually goes and fields the ball off his own bowling. Has a go at running Arshdeep out at the far end. Misses the stumps, and they've scampered a single, and that's the end of the innings. And India have posted a score of 171 for 7. Run rate of 8.55. And it all depends now on how well England bat and India bowl. I still couldn't say who's favourites for this game. I think it's 50-50 again. Either side could win this. Get your thoughts in, guys. Let me know what you think. I don't know whether there'll be a big gap in between innings here because they've lost a lot in... I think there's Chris Jordan there apologising to Josh Butler. Well, there it is. England want 172 to win. Get your thoughts in, people. Let me know what you think. Are England favourites? India favourites? I'm not sure. I can see what I'm doing. Hey, boy. Hey, boy. You're waiting for your mum. You're waiting for your mum. You are, aren't you? Eh? You know she'll be home soon, don't you? She's doing some shopping. So England need 172 from 20 overs at a run rate of 8.6. It's well within their capabilities. It's just do not lose early wickets. Bairstow, do not come in like he did against South Africa and swing like a man possessed. Bat sensibly and we win this. Bat stupidly and we throw it away. We want to be in that final. And as Premier League Stats and Facts says, it is game on. This is anybody's game now. This could all boil down now to how well Kuldeep and Bumrah bowl. If England take them for runs and they don't get wickets, I think it's England's game for the taking. But we shall see. Come here. Come here. Bye. We could discuss this game if anyone wants to put any comments in, but no one seems to have an opinion on the game at the moment. Except for Premier League Stats, he seems to think that the game is on, and so do I. It could be a good finish, this. I'm looking forward to this second half. I would think that the wind predictor at the moment will be 50-50. Skies still look alright, there's no threatening clouds. We probably need one of our batsmen, one of our early batsmen, to score a 50, 60, 70. And we've got the players to do it. Phil Salt's going to go for it. If he comes off, we'll win it at a canter. But if not, we need Butler to stay there or Bairstow to stay there. Someone like that. And play, a longish innings. Steady the ship while the players score the runs from the other end. But what do I know? The thing is, don't throw wickets away with stupid shots when you don't need to. Like sometimes Josh Butler does with that reverse hit that he gets caught at square leg with, like he did against the Aussies. It's a risky shot for little reward. I don't like to see it. Play proper shots. Hitting straight down the ground like he can do. That's what I want to see from him. Anyway, the Indian fielders are now gathering on the boundary, ready to start this innings. The commentators just highlighting there from the spinners the high spin and low bounce, which is going to be. It's not every ball, it's just the occasional one. You've got to make sure that when that occasional one comes, it's not on your stumps if you miss it. So here come the England batsmen. Josh Butler and Phil Salt. If these two stay in for 7 or 8 overs, we'll be most of the way through this. It's going to be Ashdeep that's going to start. It's going to open. Phil Salt's a face. Phil Salt has a best of 87 in this tournament, so that'd do us today, wouldn't it? That'll be half the runs. The rest can score 80 between them. Josh Butler's had an 83. If they bat between them, knock them off 80 odd each. Ashdeep has bowled well, 7 matches, 15 wickets. Okay, the left-hander Ashdeep to bowl over the wicket to Phil Salt. And he gets one that swings into his legs. He's driven it through the leg side to Virat Kohli on the square leg boundary, and England are off the mark with a single. Bit of swing there for Ashdeep. I think probably Butler's being told by Salt as they meet in the middle there, watch out for the in-swing. Butler just taking his guard now. Butler won't mind the swing if it's full. It's that one that's pushed across him. That's the danger ball. But we shall see. Man on the point, on the square leg boundary again. As Ashdeep comes in to bowl to Butler, he gets one that is just short of a length outside the off stump. Butler comes forward, gets a thick inside edge that goes into the leg side, and there's no run. Ashdeep again on the way to bowl. Short one that's pulled by Butler. It's backward of square leg. Virat does get round to it, but he can't prevent them taking two. And Butler's off the mark with a two into the leg side. Arshdeep again to Butler. And balls short, inside edge again, as Butler tries to play it into the covers, manages to get the thick inside edge to short square leg. And they jog another single. Arshdeep, the last three balls, has bowled it just short of length and not really allowed the ball to swing. After seeing that first ball swing, I thought he'd have pitched them up a bit more, but he hasn't. Phil Salt to face Arshdeep. He comes in now and bowls. That is full. Outside the off stump, Salt goes to drive it, but that ball never got off the floor. It didn't bounce at all. Goes underneath his bat and straight through to the wicketkeeper. Was the slower ball with the fingers run down the side of the ball, but it didn't bounce. But no damage done. Phil Salt to face the final ball of this over. Arshdeep comes in now and bowls. That's short. It's pulled by Phil Salt. Didn't get any bat on it. It goes into the leg side, off his thigh pad, and they run a leg by. That's the end of the over, and England are away with 5 off the first over. The England bench chewing away nervously. I imagine that Bairstow will be the next in at the first wicket down. Bumrah. This is the battle here. Bumrah. If we can keep Bumrah out and score a few runs off him from Phil Salt. Ball's short down the leg side. Salt turns it through to mid-wicket. The man on the boundary comes in and they jog a single. Yeah, this is the battle. This 4 overs from Bumrah. What'll make or break this game. As he comes into bowl to Josh Butler. Short on the leg side again. Butler's turned this away. Backward of square leg. Can the backward man get there? He does. Comes in and feels off the backward square leg boundary. But he can't prevent the 2. And England move on to 8 and Butler's 5. So that's 2 balls angled short and down the leg side that Bumrah's bowled. He'll want to adjust his line a bit, I would imagine. Bumrah coming into bowl to Butler again. And that was wide outside the off stump. It's driven, but it goes straight to the man on the 30-yard circle at mid-off, and there's no run. Who is it, boy? It's your mum. Ash deep to ball, left arm over. Butler gets a ball that he drills over the top of mid-off and down to the boundary for 4. It was a full ball. Allowed him to get his arms through the ball, and he did just cleared mid-off, but just is enough. Yeah, just a foot over his outstretched hand, Hardick. Just. Butler took a step down the wicket to that first ball. Helped himself to 4. Nice deep again. Butler moving around on his crease. Helps himself to another 4 as he pulls a short one down the leg side. Fine to fine leg for 4. And that's 8 off the first 2 balls. That's a good start. And it's poor bowling by Ashdeep. He's wide of the off stump 1 minute and then down leg side the next. And Josh Butler just gets a fine bottom edge on that takes it down to the fine leg boundary. England 21 for no loss. Ashdeep again. Another full one on the offside that Butler tries to hit through the offside. He just mistimes that, gets a thick inside edge into his pads, and it runs out for no run. I don't know what I'm commentating for. There's only me watching it. There's only me on this look. Oh, you found your... Just in case anybody... I've had 3 watching at one time, but they disappear again. Is it all right? Better be. What? What you say? What?
New live streaming, concentrate there.
Don't worry, there's no one watching. Have I got any sound on this, is it? Nice deep to ball to Butler. It's a short one that Butler cuts through the covers. Flashes past Covers' right hand on its way to the boundary for 4. Short and wide, and Butler has given it the treatment. That man on the cover on the circle had no chance of stopping that. That went like a rocket. Nice deep again. Short. Pulled. Tucked up but pulled. Gets it out to Virat Kohli on the mid-wicket boundary, who comes inside and fields. And the single is taken. And Butler's 23 off 14 balls, and England are 26 for none off 3 overs. And a good start, just exactly what England wanted. Hey boy, good start. I would think that we've seen the last of Arshdeep after those 2 overs. Might get Pandya on or someone like that, or maybe Kuldeep. Well, in fact, it's Axer now. His left arm spin. And immediately Butler tries the switch hit. He's just hit it straight up in the air and he's caught behind. And what I said about the stupid wicket and getting out with that stupid switch hit, which he didn't need to do, is he's done it. Thrown his wicket away. First ball off Axer as well. Tried to reverse sweep it. Off his gloves, straight up in the air. Wicketkeeper says thank you. And England lose the first wicket. Stupidly, like I said, don't do. He's gone and done it. And the way he was batting as well, he was smashing it all over the place. He didn't need to take those risks. This is a semi-final. Don't take risks. Bat like you have been doing. And you'll win it at a canter. And now he's gone. And Moeen Ali comes in. Left-right hand combination. Looking to hit the spinners over the leg side. England have done this before and it's come off to a certain degree. I don't think he's scored a lot of runs. His best is 25, but maybe even a quick 25 will take us up to 70 or 80. We shall see. Backs a ball in his left arm spinners over the wicket to Moeen Ali. Gets one just outside the off stump that he turns into the leg side. The man who's Soraya is on the mid-on boundary, has to run in. And they take a single, just showing that shot from Butler again. It was actually, I thought it was off his gloves, it was a top edge that just lobbed straight up. Silly shot. Just giving encouragement to the Indians who, at that stage, were thinking, oh, this isn't going well. Salt to face, left arm spin around the wicket. Gets a short one that he pulls. Flat bats it out to mid-off. Who comes in off the boundary and they jog a single. I wish he'd stop doing that shot. Just showing Butler getting out again. I wish he'd cut that shot out. We don't need to do it. Moeen Ali gets one full on his pads that he turns into the leg side. This time they'll get two as he's found the gap in between deep mid on and deep mid wicket. Good stuff by Moeen Ali. Not trying to hit it too hard, just place it in the gaps. Bowled again. This one's shorter, and Moeen Ali just hits it off the back foot down to mid on, and the jog an easy single. Last ball to Salt. Gets one on the stumps that he hits to wide mid on, and they've managed to again run two. So 7 off the over, plus a wicket. England 33 for 1 off 4. He had a pouch of food earlier. Suddenly alive when his mum comes home. Salt 5 off 6 balls, Moeen 4 off 3. Target 172. Bumrah to continue. He went for 8 in his first over. Hey boy, is that all your rice? Huh? Bumrah into Moeen Ali. What can he do with him? Gets a ball that's full on the off stump. Goes past Moeen Ali's outside edge, but didn't bounce at all. Bounced 2 times before it got to the wicketkeeper. That was a slow ball where he run his fingers down the outside of that and that turned. Bumrah in again to Moeen Ali. Gets a ball full on his stumps that he just drops in front of himself, just a little bit wide of the bowler, and they managed to sprint a single. England 34 for 1. Salt to face Bumrah. He gets a quick ball in at his body. He managed to get his bat down. Goes on to mid-on, and there's no run. Bumrah in again to ball to Salt. Full. This time Salt hits him. Well, I thought he'd hit him. I saw the ball go back towards the bowler, but Salt has gone. Bowled. Again, throwing it away. And I know that Bumrah is the major problem. That was a slow ball again that cuts into him. And it's his leg stump swinging across the line. It pitched outside or just on his off stump, and because he bowled it as an off spinner, it actually did turn and hit his leg stump. Eating broccoli. What a good boy. A good boy. Really good. I think we're depending on Bairstow to score some runs now. Just don't get out to Bumrah. I know he's a danger man. Don't do anything stupid like they have done. I'm throwing the wickets away. Two balls left of Bumrah's second over. He's taken 1 for 9 after going for 8 off his first over. So he's right back on the job now. Bairstow to face him. And gets one that's on his off stump and seems to cut away from him. Bounces twice before it gets to the wicketkeeper though. Close to the outside edge. Might have even hit the outside edge. But didn't carry to the wicketkeeper if it did. They're all putting their hands on their heads, so it must have edged it, Bairstow. But it didn't carry. Bumrah to complete his over. On Bairstow's legs, he manages to drop it into the leg side, maybe even a leg by, but they've run a single anyway. Yeah, a leg by. And that's the end of the over. Just 2 off that and a wicket. Bumrah at his best. England are 35 for 2 off 5 overs. Need 137 from 90 balls. All England needs to remember is that Bumrah can't bowl forever. Hey boy, can't bowl forever, can he? Only bowl 2 more overs. Axar to continue. Bairstow to face him. balls. What an idiot. Left a big gap between bat and pad as he tried to hit it through the covers. The ball's drifted in and hit his off stump, and Bairstow, like an idiot, was throwing it away again. What sort of shot was that? It was only his third ball. The first one that he'd faced off Axa, and he's just gone and thrown it away. And England are throwing this game away. Ridiculous the way they're batting. They're just handing this game to India now. When you thought at the half time that England were slight favourites, now they're not. Axa's innocuous little spinners have taken 2 wickets that he shouldn't have had, because the 2 batsmen he's got out have just thrown it away. So Harry Brook's in. Harry Brook shouldn't do anything stupid, that's for sure. He batted sensibly the other day and got 60. So Axa to Brook. He comes forward, plays it carefully out into the covers, and there's no run. Bairstow shouldn't have been even in the team. Certainly wouldn't have him in for the final if we win this. As Axa bowls are one that's played out to mid-off and runs through for a single. Just looking at that shot again. I mean, Bairstow's bat wasn't even in the picture when the ball hit the stumps. What was he doing? Clown. What? I can see what I like. It's my channel. Axa balls to Moeen. He just pushes it out onto the leg side and they run another single. Axa balls again to. He's pulled it high in the air. Is it a catch or is it going to be a boundary? No, it dropped short of the boundary. There was no. It was dead straight. So there's no chance of him being caught. It was just a matter of whether it had the legs on it to get to the boundary, and it was a pitching wedge because it pitched and stopped. But they did run 2. Balls to Brook again, who goes back, plays defensively out into the offside, and there's no run. So Axa's taken 2 for 11 off his 2 overs. And he's not spinning the ball, he's not unplayable, and yet he's only gone for 11 off 2. What is that? England have still got the batting to come to win this, but they've got to be careful. Bumrah's going to bowl again, surely. Just keep him out and take him for singles. Well, it's Kuldeep, so Bumrah's gone off. So Kuldeep's going to bowl now, so it's spin at both ends. They've seen the weakness in the English batting. But Moeen Ali's job is to get after these spinners, I think, so we'll see what happens here. So Kuldeep comes round over the wicket, shall I say. Moeen drives him down to long off and they take a single. England are only 21% win predictor, so well behind the ball now. Kuldeep's going to ball to Harry Brook. Just having there's a bit of a talking to the umpire to the Indian captain. I don't know what he's seen. I was just saying, your fielders can't move when the bowler's coming up to bowl. Anyway, Harry Brook's just taken his guard. And Kuldeep will bowl his left arm over to him. That one's full. Harry Brook comes forward, drives it into the covers. Jadeja fields it and there's no run. Kuldeep again, full. Harry Brook comes forward, just plays it gently down to mid-off and they take a single. Really. Kuldeep to Moeen Ali, gets on his leg stump, pulled it, he pushes into the offside. Man on the boundary comes in, prevents the second. Kuldeep to Harry Brook, last ball of the over. But he sweeps through the leg side to the mid-wicket boundary and 4 runs. Good batting by Harry Brook. Not doing anything extravagant, just playing orthodox shots. Maybe some of the top order batsmen should be watching this and see what you can do by playing proper cricket shots. Big gap at mid-wicket and Harry Brooks hit it there. And England are 46 for 3 off 7. 126 more from 78. 7 off that last over from Kuldeep, that first over from Kuldeep. There's Axer to continue. Round the wicket to Moeen Ali. Who gets one of his pads, it's run behind him. He didn't know where the hell it was. Left his ground. The wicketkeeper's taken the bails off and I'm afraid that Moeen Ali is stumped. Left his ground without knowing where the ball was and by the time he realised he'd been stumped. And England are 4 down. And going out of this World Cup with a bit of a whimper. I mean, they're showing this as a replay, umpire's replay, but Moeen Ali's already walked off. He knew he'd gone. His bat wasn't even down. Nowhere near. And again, one of our batsmen finds a stupid way of getting himself out. Sam Curran's coming in. Well, what about Salt and Livingston? Why is Sam Curran coming in? Is it because they want the left hand, right hand combination again, but Sam Curran's not a batsman. That's all it can be, the left-hand, right-hand combination. He's probably been told to go in there and hit those spinners with the wind into the leg side boundary. Well, this is a gamble that could come off and might not. Curran immediately gets on his pads that he drives down the leg side to mid-on, and they take a single. What was Moeen Ali doing? Why did he leave his ground? But he did. Harry Brook plays one into the leg side. Mid-wicket is quickly in though and prevents the second run as he takes a single though. Off Axe's first ball, second ball, third ball of this over. Curran back to face. Curran comes forward again, plays it to short mid-wicket, who fields and there's no run. Axar again into Curran. Gets one again on his pads that he gets a bit squarer this time. Man on the square leg boundary comes in and fields. Only a single. Axar again to Brook. Gets one that he cuts away to backward point, but he feels it and there's no run. That was only 3 off that over. Now, although there was no wickets taken, there was a wicket taken over. There was also only 3 runs from it, which isn't enough. And that run rate is quickly accelerating towards 9 and 10 and over. .25 runs per over to be exact. Kuldeep to bowl his second over. Curran to face. Gets one that's out. That's got to be out LBW, and it is. The umpire's given that. It goes back to a full ball that crashes into his pads. They can't review this because he's out. Just tell him to. Oh, they are reviewing it. This is ridiculous. I've lost a review now. Brooks should have just said to him, "Walk off, mate. You're out," and he hasn't. And they're wasting the review because that is hitting middle stump. And like I said, when Curran came in, he's not a batsman, and that's a gamble. Wasn't worth taking. No, that's out. How could Harry Brooks say to him, review it? That's hitting middle stump. Right, Sharma's still having a bit of a discussion with the umpire. But Sam Curran's already walking off before this review has been even completed by the umpire. He knows it was just a wasted review. And England are 5 down. Right across the line. Went back to a full one and then hit right across the line, and it's hitting his middle stump. And England are collapsing to a big defeat here. So Liam Livingston. Him and Phil Salt are probably our last hopes. A full one, which he drives through the offside, down to long off, and Livingston's off the mark first ball. Ball's one again that's full on the middle stump of Harry Brook. He just drives it down to deep mid on, and another single taken. Balled again. Oh, they look like going for a single. Harry Brook was halfway down the wicket. It's refused by Livingston as it only went to backward points. It would have been run up by a mile if they'd taken that, but Livingston turns him down and Brook gets back to the non-striker's end. All in all, no run. As Kuldeep comes in and bowls again, left arm over. Livingston turns off his legs through mid-wicket. Just a single. 52 for 5, England. Require 10 3/4 pair over. Brook wide from Kuldeep. He manages to get his bat onto it, and then he manages to chop it to Ashdeep on the point boundary, and just another single. Had to reach a long way to get that, Brook. It probably would have been a single if he'd left it a wide. So 9 overs gone. 119 from 11 overs from 66 balls. Brook plays one out through point. It's parried by points, which takes the pace off it, which then allows the batsman to come through for 2 runs. I won't make no more than a. What's wrong? Really? Livingston hits one off the back foot, out through extra cover, onto the boundary for 4. A much needed 4 as well. In fact, it wasn't Livingston, it was Brook. Well, I've got some good news for you. I've sorted out that thing with the mortgage. With the rent. Apparently, what was that place that we put the centre deposit to? Oh?
Good Lord.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Apparently we overpaid them.
Allah. knew it. I got a feeling. Allah. You see, we overpaid.
Yeah.
No.
We overpaid by £482.
Allah. They're gonna put it back to us.
They said it's been sent to them already, and as soon as they get the money in their account, they're going to transfer it into my account.
Good. Allah, we overpaid, innit?
How come it's not taken a year to find that out?
It is.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
See? I can't believe it, love.
No, I can't.
Allah, we. And then, see, good tenants, huh? And then this is what they treat us.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
I know.
Why, how did you find out today?
Well, they rang me.
See, it's their mess up, innit?
Yeah. So I mentioned, I said, what? Said it's this month's payment. I said, it's not this month's payment because it was last month's. I said, we've sent you it. I said, where you got £482 from? I don't know, because we sent 625. I said, they said it's from its global. I said, well, we haven't sent it to them. I said, no, what it is when you paid your deposit and your first month's rent, you've paid £482 twice.
Yeah, because they said, remember what they said? They haven't received it. Yeah. Remember what they said? Yeah.
But they did receive it.
But they never give the money back straight away.
No, you know, it's been nearly 10 months.
I didn't know about that. See?
I didn't know about it.
See? Truth is came out, didn't it?
Yeah.
The truth is came out.
Yeah.
Oh, I just can't believe it for you.
So it's good news for us. We're going to be nearly £500 better off next week.
Come in. Need to go out? Come on in. Come on in. You want you?
I know, but you can't.
Okay. Oh, God, I nearly, did bang my head.
Yeah. Can't wait for me, boy. I'm doing this.
Come here, baby. Come, sweetheart. Babe. Here.
Where's your mum? Where's your mum?
Come here. Go.
England need nearly 12 and over to a ball. Can't see them doing it. Harry Brockett's one into the covers. They tried to go for a single. They went straight to the fielder. They ran back and was nearly run out. The ball was thrown past the stumps. There was no one backing the stumps up, and they did manage to get a single in the end. Straight to Jadeja. So in fact, it was nearly run out taking one, and they managed to get an overthrow, so they took two. But they've got to take risks now because of how many do we need. It's cold deep balls. Brook tries to play that on the offside. It goes past his bat. Bit of a stifled appeal, but he didn't hit it. You're going to have to take him out.
Did they rang you that they received already the payment?
No, I said it'll appear in there. It probably won't be well Monday now or Tuesday. Your mum's going to take you. Your mum's going to take you. Come here. Yeah. Harry Brook is out, bowled, playing another stupid shot. Trying the reverse sweep down the leg side. Missed it completely and bowled middle stump. You just exposed his stumps. If you're going to do that, you've got to cover it with your pad at least. Miss the ball hits your stumps, you're out. And that's exactly what's happened. And England are 6 down and getting their bottoms well spanked here. Chris Jordan's coming before Phil Salt. It's probably all or nothing for Jordan. He's going to look to hit these spinners out the park. Kuldeep round the wicket to him, he comes forward and just pushes it straight back to Kuldeep and there's no run. Bowling over the wicket to him now. Jordan goes back but manages to get his bat down on one that was going to hit the off stump. There's no run. And Kuldeep has bowled 3 overs and taken 2 for 17. The last over only went for 6 runs, which again is only half what we need. And this is beginning to look it is an impossible task. 104 from 54 balls. Jadeja bowling his left arm round the wicket spin to Livingston, that a ball that keeps very low. Jadeja said, Jordan, this has got to go. That's what Jordan's there for, I would imagine. He gets a short one that he hits off the back foot down to deep mid on, and it's a single, but singles are not good enough no more. It's 2 a ball now. That's why I thought Jordan was brought in to hit these. Or maybe Liam Livingston's going to have to go big. He's only hit 4 off 6 balls, so he hasn't faced much, but he hasn't got time to play himself in. Jadeja to ball again. Gets a ball that turns, a good ball that pitches on the middle stump and then straightens big style and bounces a bit as well, surprises Livingston. Jadeja again, Livingston down the wicket. Jadeja saw him coming, bowled him in at his pads, and that's probably a leg by. England 71 for 6 at the end of the 12th over. Again, Jordan gets a full ball that he pushes straight back to the bowler. And there's no run, and there's only 3 off that over. And that asking rate's getting worse and worse. Not something that England can handle, I'm afraid. And I think it's, if the truth be known, that India are just a much better team than we are. Although we have thrown 5-6 wickets away. Bit of composure would have done well for England, but the fact of the matter is that we've just been outplayed. Liam Livingstone to face Kuldeep for his last over. What's Livingstone got planned? Cuts a ball that's wide of the stumps, doesn't time it, bit of a bottom edge. It goes out to Jadeja on the edge of the 30-yard circle and jogged through for a single. Chris Jordan to face. Surely he's going to go deep. We shall see. 12.77 run rate required. Kuldeep bowls. Jordan goes back, gets a ball that's hit him on the pads as an appeal, and yet that is out. It looked out on first of the review in it, and again it's another wasted review because that is out. That's hitting middle and leg stump. He went back to a ball that he should have been going forward to, but was he not there to hit the ball? Because he didn't try. So what did he go in for? This is just completely out. This is not going to be overturned. And why they decided to review it, I just don't know. Because they've wasted another review. That's hitting middle and leg, and he's well out. And Jordan will be on his way. It's nowhere near the bat. Or was it? No, there's no... That's not near the bat. There's a little spike just there. But that's not a ball on bat. The bat's nowhere near the ball there, is it? Umpire's call, hitting the leg stump. And Jordan has to go. And England are 7 down. One off 5 balls. LBW Kuldeep, and England are 72 for 7. Needing over 12 and over. 100 off the remaining balls. Kuldeep Yadav has taken 200 wickets. That's phenomenal. And he's just bamboozled England here. Just bamboozled them completely. And England are going out with a whimper. Jofra Archer now. And this is going to finish pretty quickly, I would imagine now, with England being bowled out for less than 100. And there'll be a lot of questions asked as to why England threw the top order wickets away. Butler, Salt, Bairstow threw the wickets away when we didn't need it. That's a full ball that's bowled to Archer. He runs halfway down the wicket trying a single. There was never a single there. He managed to scamper back. No run. Kuldeep, yeah, again comes in, bowls left arm round. That's wide this time. Archer tries to pull it through the leg side, manages to get a inside edge that goes down to short fine leg, and they jog through for a single. I thought it might be a difficult game for England, this, but I didn't think they'd get this well beaten. And even Livingston's getting balls wide of the stumps that he's just bottom edging when he's trying to thrash it through the offside. Kuldeep again to complete his over. Livingston gets a ball pitched well up. He goes back though and just drives it back down the wicket, and the bowler feels no run, and there was just two off that one and a wicket. So you can see the futility of England's run chase now, with only 3 wickets left and still 99 more needed off 7 overs. It's just not going to happen, I'm afraid. And the final on Saturday will be India and South Africa. Jadeja again, bowling to Archer, who only manages to just push it back to Jadeja, and there's no run. This time he hits one through the covers. They've got a man on the deep cover boundary, and it's just a single. And I think the Indians have realised that England just have no clue how to play the spinners. They haven't even brought Bumrah back yet. Don't need to. Jadeja again to Livingston, who backs away, hits it down the ground to deep mid-off, and it's a single. Livingston struggled. He's only 7 off 13 balls, so he struggled to get any flow into his game. Archer, well, that seemed to go right through him. Did that bounce over the stumps? I thought it had bowled him. Let's see what happened to this one. It turned and bounced and went over the top of middle stump. Unbelievable. Archer gets a short one that he again hits to the cover man on the boundary, and they take a single. Yeah, that was a good ball. It was left arm spin that pitched on middle stump, straightened and went over the top of middle stump. Bounced and turned. Livingston pulls one this time into the leg side, only manages to find the mid-on fielder on the boundary, and again it's only a single. And that was 4 runs off Jadeja's over, when they want 12s and 13s. All the 7s, 77 for 7. Archer 3 off 6 and Livingston 8 off 14. And it's been a struggle for the England batsmen against these very good Indian spinners. Axar to complete his final over. Livingston just steps across to the offside and hits through the leg side. Manages to find the gap near the mid-wicket, and they run through for 2. $79 for 7. Livingston again steps away to open up the offside, crashes it through cover, but there's a man on the cover boundary. He picks it up and throws it in, and they've had a single. I think the harder that Liam Livingstone's trying to hit it, the more he mistimes it and the more it just dribbles away from him. 11 off 16. What can Jofra Archer do? Can he loft him over the boundary for a few sixes? He tries to hit it over the square leg boundary. It just crashes into his pads and there's no run. Ball's round again. Again, Archer's lifted it over the top of mid-on, and this time it goes for 6. So Archer does get hold of one eventually, but we need a few more of those. At 86 for 7. Yeah, managed to get underneath that one from AXA and hit it pretty straight. Another one. Archer just managed. There's going to be a run out here, is there? Can Livingstone get back in time? No, he can't, and he's run out. Archer tried to pull the ball. He got a bottom edge and it ran to short fine leg, but Archer didn't know where the ball had gone. He was looking around for it instead of listening to Livingstone's call for the run. Livingstone got halfway down. Archer sent him back and couldn't make his ground. Inside edge. He sent him back straight away, but he had no chance of getting back. He was miles down. He wanted to strike and he's run out by yards. And Livingstone was England's last hope and he's gone. And England are giving up the defence of their trophy with a bit of a whimper, 86 for 8. It's pretty poor this, guys. If you've not watched the game today, you'll see that England have thrown wickets away. They got off to a fairly decent start and then the first 3 batsmen just gave it away, and after that it's been a bit of a procession. They've lost wicket after wicket after wicket in some bizarre ways, like that run out there. In some real bizarre ways. The way that Moeen Ali got out, again, bizarre. And now it's impossible with 2 wickets left that we can score at probably 13 or 14 runs and over with Archer and Adil Rashid. So we're just going through the motions really before India are confirmed as finalists for this T20 World Cup. If you've got any comments you'd like to say about the England batting or how good India have been, please put them in there. We'll discuss them. Hit the like button if you can as well. It really does help this channel greatly if you hit the like button or put a comment in or even subscribe if you can. Anyway, it's Adil Rashid to face Hardik. He's coming on for his first over. He hits one through the offside, through extra cover. Man on the extra cover boundary has to run round to his right to pick it up, and I would imagine that they've ran 2, and they have. It's the spinners that have done all this damage to England. I mean, Bumrah's only bowled 2 overs. Pandya has only just come on to bowl his now. And Ashdeep has only bowled, I think, 2. So it tells you that they haven't relied on their usual pace battery. It's been the spinners. Well, that's good fielding by the... And he's given out. He gets a short ball on his hips that he hits in the air to short mid-on. They run for the single. The mid-on fielder picks the ball up quickly and backhands it into the stumps, and the umpire's not even going for a review. He's just giving him straight out. Yeah, they run straight away. The fielder comes round, backhands it, and he's run out by 2 yards. I mean, India have just been superior in every way. The fielding, the batting, the bowling, everything's just been superb. And it's another bizarre way for England to lose a wicket. Saraya was the fielder. Coming across from probably the mid-wicket position. And backhands it onto the stumps, and I say Adil Rashid, he was nowhere near. He was given out without a review, and the umpires are very reluctant to do that usually. Virat Kohli, a big smile on his face, he knows he's going to the final. As Pandya comes into ball to Archer, he has a big swing at it, and it's gone high in the air. Has he got enough of it for 6? He has. It's a big 6, straight over the top of Pandya's head for 6. That was a big 6. Might give you the distance in a minute, but that's gone a long way. That went into the top tier of the stand. Yeah, he got all of that, did Archer. He won't hold him back there. It's not going to matter in the big scheme of things. But England are 94 for 9 now. As Pandya comes in and bowls again. A short one that Archer has pulled this time straight. Didn't get all of it. Doesn't carry to the mid-on fielder. It bounces well before him, and they come through for a single. 95 for 9. Can we get to 100? Topley to face. Haddock bowls again to Topley. Shows all his stumps as he has a swipe across the line. Gets a bit of a bottom edge that goes to deep backward square. And they come through for a single. Archer back on strike. Archer's got 16 from 12 balls. All the Indian substitute fielders are gathering on the boundary just to come and celebrate when this last wicket goes. Pandya into Archer. Full. Archer swings one straight through the offside. Wide of mid-off's left hand. And it's one bounce 4. And Archer moves on to 20. Another boundary like that and he'll end up being top scorer. That tells you how bad England have batted today. But at least England have got the 100 up. 100 for 9 now off 16 overs. And Topley will be facing the next over. Won't be surprised if they bring Bumrah back just to clear it up. He has got 2 overs left. Yeah, and it is Bumrah to bowl. Exactly what I would have done, especially at Topley. I'll be surprised if Topley survives this over. And it will be all over Red Rover. Just making a few adjustments to the field as Bumrah comes into ball to Topley. Ball's a full toss that Topley actually does reach and gets it all the way down to mid-on and is off strike with a single. I don't really fancy either of these two batsmen to be able to keep Bumrah out. He's just that good. Be nice to see Archer deposit him over his head for 6. And they're putting the men out on the mid-off and mid-on boundary, so they're expecting Archer to have a go at him. Well, let's see. It's pitched up outside your stump, and Archer actually plays a good shot off the back foot through the covers. There's a man on the cover boundary who comes in and fields, and they've gone through for a single. I think these two batsmen have realised that they're not going to get these runs, so they're not swinging the bat at everything. But it's again Topley to face Bumrah. He comes in on balls. That's pitched up to Topley. He has a swing to hit it through the leg side. I think he gets a bottom edge and it just dribbles out on the leg side, but far enough away from anybody where they can pick up another single. That's 103 for 9. All the Indian fans are gathering as well. They're just thinking that Bumrah's going to knock one of these over and that's going to be the end of it, and they can celebrate final appearance as Bumrah comes in to bowl to Archer. Now that's an appeal, and he's given out leg before, and that is the end of the game because England have no more reviews left. Archer got his foot right across. We haven't got no reviews left. He's trying to give it that. We've wasted 2 reviews. Like I said earlier, 2 plum LBW reviews. We've wasted them, and that's it. England have beaten. England are 103. Oh, have we got a review left? I thought we'd wasted 2 earlier on, but this is out because Archie got his foot right across the stumps to try and lap it down the leg side to fine leg, and it hits him right in the front of middle stump. As we can see now, the ball's on its way. Yeah, it's hit him on the back leg in front of middle and leg. Now, bearing in mind that the umpire has already given him out, this only has to be touching the stumps for that decision to stand and England to have lost the game. There's a chance that it might be just missing the leg stump, but if it's just hitting it, that's it. I think the Indians think they've all won it. They're all giving each other hugs and what have you, so they think that this is going to be out. Is it going to be out? No. Yeah, it's umpire's call. It must be just flicking that leg stump. I thought it was missing. I thought it was actually missing, but it must have been just flicking that leg stump. But the game is over. And we have been well and truly spanked. We've lost this game by 68 runs and India go through to the final. And to be honest, they were far better than us, far more powerful, better batting, bowling and fielding. And we've been given a lesson. As holders of the trophy, we've been given a lesson that we've gone backwards and Indians have gone forward. And they'll be difficult to beat in the final, even with South Africa, who have played so well. They will be difficult to beat because they've got everything. They've got very good spinners, very good pace bowlers, and they bat a long way down, as we found out today. And they'll be difficult to beat. And if South Africa do beat them, they'll have deserved it because in the final are 2 teams that haven't lost a game right the way through this. And so they both deserve to be in the final. England have limped along until they've finally been well and truly beaten. But it probably didn't need to have been like that because our first 4 or 5 batsmen all threw it away. What Bairstow was doing, I have no idea. He threw his wicket away, a wild swipe at a ball that when they showed you in slow motion, it hitting his stump, the bat was nowhere in sight. It wasn't even in the frame. That's how wild it was. Josh Butler, again, I said when he went out, I said, no more of this reverse lapping of the ball, reverse sweeping, or reverse slog, whatever you call it, where you get cut out and it's risk and reward. You don't get much for what he's hitting. And what happened was he tried that reverse sweep, the reverse slog. He got a top edge that went straight up in the air and was caught behind and threw it away. And it was unbelievable. And these are supposed to be professional players who know the game and know the score and know what's needed. And they just threw it away. And we got off to a good start. We were just about 40 off about 4 overs and we were doing well and we hadn't lost a wicket. And all of a sudden we just crumbled. And Josh Butler there knows he's got a lot of explaining to do because he started it off. So that's it, guys. Any comments? Anything anyone wants to add? Any summing up? Because it was a bit of a whimper, was that? I actually felt at half time when we needed 172 or whatever it was. I thought we had a chance. I thought we were in with a chance. Especially the way we batted the other day against the USA. I know it's not quite the same opposition, but I thought we had a chance. And that was awful. Does anybody want to put any comments in? Anybody got anything to say? Anything to add? We can discuss it if you want to say anything about this poor England performance. Yeah, boy. Well, that's the end then. That's the end of our defence of our trophy. We've lost, and lost pretty easily. So thank you all for watching. If you want to know when the next watch along is, it'll be the England game on Sunday. Please join me for that if you can. Until then, I'll see you again.